Good morning and welcome to the Economic Development meeting for the 14th of September. It's just gone 9:30. We have a very meaty agenda today, so we will kick off on time. Colleagues, I have apologies for lateness from the Deputy Mayor Angela O'Leary, Mayor Paula, both of which are on official council business. I have apologies from Milana, Councillor Milana. I have partial apologies for Councillor Hutt. Are you leaving early or partial? It just says here partial attendance, Councillor Hutt, but you appear to be here. I was just checking you weren't going early. Okay, so not today? Not today. Wonderful. You're always welcome. Stay as long as you like. Councillor Casey Cox, I've got the same for you as well. That's not right? Okay. All right. So, really, we only have the apologies for lateness. And Councillor Milana? Perfect. All right. I'll move, seconded by Councillor Donovan. All those in favour say aye. Those against, the ayes have it. Confirmation of the agenda. The confirmation of the agenda is as on the run sheet. Declarations of interest.
C2 in public excluded. There is a site mentioned there, and one of the parties involved with that site could be perceived that I have a conflict of interest there, so I would prefer just to sit out of that one, if I may.
All right, thank you for that. That's noted by governance, appreciated. Public forum. So this morning we have three speakers. Roger Stratford, a warm welcome. You're familiar with our council and the chamber. Please grab a seat. You have 5 minutes. If you could leave a couple of those 5 minutes aside for questions from colleagues would be ideal.
Yes.
You have the floor.
Yes. I'm the Secretary of the Hamilton Residents and Ratepayers Association. We have been using the Celebrating Age Centre as a meeting venue for the 10 years that I've been attending, and several years ago when the Celebrating Age Centre was closed down, we've had difficulty as a community group finding alternative venues. First joining the Hamilton Residents and Ratepayers Association, where we met, the Celebrating Age Centre, we'd have a tea room there. We could, after business, we could have a 15 minutes supper with tea, coffee, and people would bring food along. I would bring savouries and muffins on some occasions. Those are the advantages of keeping this Celebrating Age Centre where it is. I oppose the staff recommendations, so I support option 3. If it hadn't been for the Celebrating Age Centre, I would never have joined and participated in the Hamilton Residents and Ratepayers Association and have become the secretary. The report itself, just noting the vocabulary, it speaks of a physical address at the Celebrating Age Centre. In my view, this detaches this council from what it plans to do if it plans to demolish the building. This is a community centre. This was a community-centred building, and it still has life in it. And in my view, it should not be mothballed. It should be refurbished and you speak in the report of it's no longer financially viable under current conditions, under the current climate. The climate is changing as far as I last heard. That's what we're pushing. We're pushing, the climate has changed. So we have a general election coming up, and I don't believe that we can make a decision like you yourselves, we can make a decision like this to demolish the Celebrating Age Centre until after the general election. Because for the reasons that we don't know what's going to happen, and this decision is irreversible. Talking about the commercial use, as you're talking about height restrictions, I think this is a red herring. Are you developers wanting to put a spire on the building? I don't think so. So I think we just earthquake-proof it and bring it back into shape. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Roger. Just checking if my colleagues have any questions. There are no questions. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Next speaker, Gary. Now, Gary, you're speaking to item 7. Grab a seat. You have 5 minutes. If you can, leave a minute or so for questions from colleagues. You have the floor.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I am the managing director of the Clevedon Aeroplane Company. I've been in business for 35 years. I have held a ground lease at Hamilton Airport for 16 years. Firstly, I'd like to talk about the COVID response and how that affected our industry. During the COVID period, we had no assistance from Hamilton Airport with our costs, but we got through that. Our industry was completely decimated, I guess the word is, because of the airlines dropping off. There was no maintenance, and also we couldn't move around to do our jobs. In aircraft, you move around to do that. Secondly, I'd like to talk about our role as maintenance engineers and maintenance providers. Our role is to support aircraft. Without us, the aircraft don't fly. We work late nights, etc., for that to happen, and it's a pretty challenging job. I don't think anyone realises what an aircraft engineer does, and everyone takes a plane and they say, well, this is easy, I jump on my plane, fancy terminal, and off they go. But behind that, there are many, many hours of aircraft engineers struggling to keep those things in the air. Without the facilities to do that, we cannot do our job. With that, our facilities have got more and more challenging as time goes on. And I believe we are progressively being put under pressure to a point where it is no longer sustainable for us to continue doing what we're doing, which is a shame. There's a lot of time, effort by many people in the industry. Our personal situation is this. We've had a rental increase of over 50%. We have also had that backdated 7 months. So that equates to $15,000. And It is something that is not within our budget. We have had tenants in that building, especially because of the COVID thing, for a time, and we cannot recover the rent from those people. Normally in a rent review, we are given a couple of months, 3 months before the rent review, and therefore we can have a look at our options. This time it came 7 months after. So therefore taking all our options away. It has the potential to take us out and the potential to take our tenant out. So that's 2 aircraft companies on the airport that I think will go. And there are no other options on the airport other than this. The other side of this is very unfair, is that I have neighbours that are paying, for example, $20,000 a year for the next 3 years. I will pay $47,000 a year for the next 3 years. So for 3 years between the 2 companies, that's, if my math's any good, $81,000 difference. For us to produce $81,000, you can multiply that by 3.5, say. So that leaves us at a great disadvantage to our neighbours. We feel that the representation of the aircraft industry, and I'm just looking at my time here, don't I? I'm not very good at public speaking.
7 seconds.
Oh, we feel that our we feel that we can't. We have no representation at the airport. The airport's interested in the money, and that's obvious by what's happened here. There's no fairness. We can't fight it. We can't afford the lawyers. And one other important thing that changed is this year, when we had our assessment, every year we have been the document is produced to us and we can read it and understand it. This year that document was not available for some reason, when this year it was critically important that we understood why those costs have gone up. I have a lot more. I really do have a lot more. But I think the one thing I wanted to get over today was that without some sort of representation for the tenants on the airport, what you're going to find here is that the airport company, I believe, will keep going commercially and force us out. Our buildings, I can see them already being advertised as for other commercial purposes. We don't have that ability within our lease because it's prevented. It has to be airport activities. Yeah, I've got a lot more, and I wish there was a different forum that I could speak in depth about this, but I don't want to take too much time.
Look, thank you for coming along today. Obviously, a lot of those matters are airport management related matters.
Correct.
We are certainly a shareholder of the airport, but it's really good to have this sort of feedback and be aware of it. Unfortunately, we have gone over time.
Yes.
So there's no time for questions unless there's an urgent question from colleagues. But thank you for airing the concern.
Yep.
And I'm sure colleagues may choose to ask questions later on in the meeting of the airport company regarding some of these issues, but we'll see how that day unfolds. So thank you for coming along.
I will leave now. I've got a job I'm behind.
Okay, cheers. Thanks for coming by.
Thank you. And if anyone wishes to contact me, be my guest.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Right, we now have Jenny Magri joining us online. Jenny, can you hear me?
I can. Good morning.
Good morning. Jenny, you're very familiar with our process here. You've got the floor. Go ahead.
Thank you indeed. Good morning, Councillor Wilson and committee members. On behalf of Age Concern Hamilton, I'm Jenny McGee, the board president. I wish to comment this morning on the recommendations before you on the future of the land and buildings at 30 Victoria Street, known as the Celebrating Age Centre. In April this year, I spoke at the Community and Natural Environment Committee meeting to confirm Age Concern's support for an investigation into the mixed-use commercial and community development options at Celebrating Age Centre building. And while we accept the findings before you that in the current economic climate, such a commercial development is not feasible, I'd like to briefly remind the committee of the history of the Celebrating Age Centre and Council's long-standing commitment to the older people of Hamilton City. The Hamilton Old Folks Association was formed in 1943, and in 1956 the association decided to build a hall on property offered by Hamilton City Council at the corner of Anglesey Street and Clarence Street. A building fund was established and association members raised funds to construct the hall, which opened in 1957. By 1972, the association had outgrown the building and the council offered the current site at 30 Victoria Street. Mayor Minogue and the councillors at the time declined funding towards the cost of the building, but they paid the association $50,000 for the old building in Clarence Street. So the association opened a building account and set about raising funds with support from the Bryant Trust and other funders. The new Senior Citizens Centre was opened in August 1978, built with the hard work and commitment of the older people of Hamilton. At that point, council agreed on a long-term lease for the land. In 1994, a council review concluded that the centre should be included in the annual plan to assist with operating costs. And in 1997, the Senior Citizens Centre was renamed the Celebrating Age Centre. Fast forward to 2018, when the Community Services Committee committed to the maintenance of the property and approved then a 5-year community lease to Age Concern Hamilton. Now, I offer this historical summary to remind Council that while land ownership might rest with the Municipal Endowment Fund, the building was built for and by the older people of Hamilton. And they and we now seek confidence that this partnership will continue. There is far more to the Celebrating Age Centre than land, title and commercial interest. In our earlier submission, Age Concern Hamilton accepted that mixed-use commercial and community development was a path worth exploring. Given that's not currently feasible, I want to remind you of the Council's commitment to this site as a focal point for Hamilton's older population. History reminds us of past commitments. The future reinforces that commitment. The report before you recommends that any decision affecting the existing building or use of the land should not preclude the Municipal Endowment Fund from undertaking future commercial development on the site. I ask you today to recommit to the purpose of this site in partnership with the city's older residents. I'm very happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Well done. Good presentation. Very succinct. You've got time for some questions.
I have.
Any I was about to call you Deputy Mayor. Gosh, mind blank. Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, thank you very much for that. Just a question. One of the options we have available is to institute a plan change, which would, in future times, possibly open up use of the land for more commercial development. Would you be supportive of that?
I have to say my answer would be conditional. We want to see that the purpose of the key purpose of the property is to maintain and consider the welfare of older people of Hamilton. Yep. Now, that doesn't preclude the commercial partnership, but as the earlier recommendations that brought this proposal for the feasibility study to your committee emphasised that the commercial proposition was in support of the Celebrating Age Centre and the facilities it offered to older people.
Okay, thank you.
No other questions? Thank you very much. Jenny?
My pleasure. Thank you.
Pleasure. Colleagues, we now move on to item 5, confirmation of the Economic Development Committee open minutes of the 28th of June. I'll move, seconded by Councillor Donovan. Are there any irregularities or omissions from the minutes? No? I'll put them. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against?
Carried unanimously.
Item 6, General Manager's Report. Blair.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning, councillors. I propose to take my report as read. This provides an update on the targeted outcomes for our committee. What I would ask is that many of the items that are touched on in the attachment are covered throughout today's both open and public excluded agenda. So perhaps if there were questions, probably focus those on matters that aren't contained in the report as opposed to items that will come up throughout the agenda today. Pleasingly, you can see that we're making good progress across the range of outcomes, both in terms of the 1 year and the 2 to 3 year work program. So I'm happy to leave it there, Chair, and take any questions.
Colleagues, any questions? I think Blair highlighted the fact that a lot of the meaty issues come later in the agenda. I see no questions. I'll put the receipt of the report, seconded by Councillor Donovan. All of those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against?
Motion is carried unanimously.
Wonderful. Moving on to external agencies. Good morning. Hi, Vanessa. You're very familiar with this wonderful chamber, so please come and grab a seat. And your entourage. Mike, you're very welcome.
Morning, councillors. Just before Vanessa and Mike get started, I just want to highlight that this HCBA portion of this report is broken down into 3 separate items. So the first item being the 6-monthly update, and then the second and third items being around a proposal for changes to the Business Improvement District, proposal 1 being an increase in funding for the bid, and proposal 2 being the extension to the boundaries. So I'll hand it over to Mike and Vanessa just to speak to the first item.
Just before we do that, does anybody have any questions of staff in terms of the report? No? Okay. Vanessa. Oh, sorry. Yes, Councillor Thompson.
But my understanding is the 95% kind of rate, the fact that there's a small discount or reduction in the general commercial rate for the central city would extend to the whole of this extended bid area. We don't have any idea of what that might cost, so I'm just wondering when would we potentially be able to understand that?
Yes, so when we submitted the report, we hadn't got that, but we do now. So under this year's calculations, the rates lost would have been $43,000.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, just a question about the bid policy. Is it time to ask that of staff now? Okay. I just was reading the policy, and it says that the agreed performance measures must include economic performance of the bid and public and business perceptions of identity against baseline, and I just couldn't find that information anywhere. Is that something that is produced yearly, or?
Whereabouts in the policy was that, sorry?
Oh, sorry, I have to find it. Perhaps we can just do it later.
We can?
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess in terms of a baseline identity, I have not come across a formal, I guess, definition of that for the Central City, for example. I think potentially it's more, captured in previous reports around what the perception is, etc., rather than a defined
baseline.
Yeah, exactly. So I think through our reports we've shown that visitors and businesses within the Central City bid area, their perceptions are improving.
Okay.
But yeah, in terms of a baseline, I think again is less defined.
Yeah, okay, so it's more of a qualitative sort of thing.
Yes,
Okay.
I can absolutely look more into it though.
Okay, cool, thank you.
Thank you for those questions, colleagues. No? Welcome, Mayor Paula. We're on item 7. Vanessa, we're in your hands.
Thank you. Good morning, councillors. So I won't bother going over the entire report because you have that, but I'll just give a general summation around town. So it's a bit of a mixed bag is the common wording we're using at the moment. There's some good results around CBD spend for the first and second quarter of this year. A little surprising to have such good CBD spend results coming in quarter two, but we're also mindful some of these are impacted by inflationary numbers, but it's still good to have record numbers of CBD spend coming through. This has been tempered somewhat with increase in vacancy rates at both retail and office vacancy rates increasing as the latest NAI CBRE Harcourt's survey showed. So we do know that there are some good things and there are some things that are going to be challenging for the next little while. We have had some, again, good things with development and particularly significant building openings over the last quarter. The ACC building, the Blood Donor Centre and the latest Union Square car park and their third building that's nearing completion. And we've also had, over the last 6 months, 18 new businesses open. So that has been a positive, and we still continue to have strong inquiry for business coming to town. Other than that, I'll leave it there and answer any questions. Thank you.
I would imagine there's quite a few questions. However, so far I'm seeing none on the board, but Councillor Bidder, Andrew.
Thank you, Chair Ewan. Any comments on the sufficiency of car parking in the CBD?
Car parking, always an interesting question because it's a very emotive topic out there. There is always a call for more car parking, as there is around New Zealand. You know, shoppers still do have a want to be quite close to the businesses that they are visiting. In terms of increasing the car parking numbers out there, you know, there's some good work happening with the development of the Wilson's car park site down on Victoria Street at the moment. Obviously, we've had the car park building finish over at Union Square. Start Property have brought the one down on Knox Street. So there is sort of some positives happening around the car parking space, and but I'm sure many would say that there is a need for more, or a want for more car parking.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Mark.
Thanks, Chair Ewan. This one is probably more directed at Mike, but the vacancy factor in the commercial property, are we seeing a lack of enthusiasm from landlords to want to, I mean, this is going to sound counterintuitive, but to want to actually lease their buildings out, or like?
I think there's a little bit of nervousness from landlords making sure they've got decent tenants coming in.
Yeah.
They don't want to put a tenant there that has a problem, no track records. There's a little bit of reluctance around that. But they also know, particularly retailers and hospitality is under quite a bit of pressure at the moment. So there's a few challenges sort of going there, but flip side is we do have tenants sort of taking up space. But I think landlords have become realistic in the last couple of months as to how things really are.
Cool. Thank you. Yeah.
It's me. I'll be 16 today. That would be good. Morena. Good morning, everyone. Just in terms of the extension to Hamilton East, can I hear from you as to what work you've done to underpin the idea that now's the time to move to Hamilton East, and what feedback you're getting in terms of both the current CBD membership and the potential wider Hamilton East membership, please?
Sure. So Hamilton East is an area that we've been keeping an eye on for a long time because we've had a number of requests over the years from businesses based in Hamilton East to be represented or to be able to be part of the association. We, like I said, we have kept an eye on it because we're mindful that Hamilton East in particular over the last, I'd say, 12 months has become quite a casual dining hospitality area, and it's looking to continue to go on that trajectory. And obviously with the investment that Start Property is doing around the MAID development. So we have been very mindful that Hamilton East has established itself as a real destination area, and it's also very close to our back door, if you like. So in assessing it, we looked was it within a walkable catchment area? Yes, it is. It's within about 800 metres, I think, is the general meterage that we use. It's a very quick walking area. So what we thought we would do is actually go out and talk to the businesses in Hamilton East and see, beyond the inquiry that we had, whether there was an overwhelming consensus of, or a number of businesses that wanted us to represent them. So we literally walked the streets and talked to the businesses in Hamilton East. We defined an area along Grey Street and some of the streets on either side of that. This area was determined because of its destination that it has created for itself. We're very mindful that there are some other walkable distances, walkable areas that we could have also included. So I will say that we looked at, Hamilton West is an area that's a walkable distance of businesses. We looked at Frankton, we looked at Claudelands area, but we very much felt that Hamilton East really is the one that's got quite an established, or is establishing quite an identity as a destination area. So we were mindful that we didn't want to look at having a split audience where we're sending people all over the city, but for not very good reason. If there's only one or two businesses in a particular area, that's probably not enough to be sort of promoting, sending people there, if you like. Whereas Hamilton East to the CBD is very much within that walkable area and provides an entire promotion of what can be done in the centre of Hamilton. So as I said, we walked and talked to many Hamilton East businesses and found there was a good amount of support over there. We also did the same thing in our existing catchment, walked and talked to the businesses that we thought would have a strong opinion about expanding into Hamilton East, and also ones that we thought would likely see the biggest impact, so that being the hospitality sector. And we talked to a number of businesses, and again, there was overwhelming support from our existing membership to expand into Hamilton East. And the overwhelming reason for that was for the wider catchment of people that it would provide, and the opportunity to have an audience that could have something that's beneficial to go to in that area, something that's beneficial to go to in this area, but being able to provide more choices of things to do in the centre of Hamilton. So as I said, it probably falls under the language of a straw poll. Straw polled Hamilton East, straw polled existing membership. We also spoke about it at our AGM, where we had a number of businesses to see what the support was like from our existing membership. We also communicated out via our monthly communication to all our existing membership, telling them of our idea or our want to expand into Hamilton East, and provided a feedback form, and also with regards to the rates increase being adjusted, what is the wording I'm looking for, the bid amount being adjusted in line with rates. So we put that out to the membership as well to get their feedback, and from those that came back was overwhelming. Again, the numbers were sitting at about 80%.
That's a comprehensive answer.
Yeah,
Vanessa.
positive.
Do you see yourselves in the future being kind of somewhat of a hub and spoke model of support for
potentially
districts?
Yeah, at this stage I would say the centre very much, if you would talk to Hamilton East businesses, many of them identify as being central, that they would see themselves as being central, and I'm sure many over in Frankton and Claudelands would potentially say the same thing. So it almost is like the CBD is the centre, and then there could be these other sort of spoke areas that come off that in the future. At this point in time, I think Hamilton East is the best candidate for expansion.
Much quicker if we could. Just in terms of your membership at the moment, and the businesses, retail businesses and the CBD particularly, what is their number one concern? What remains the number one concern? I thank you for inviting me to a meeting a couple of months ago. Appreciated that. What do you think their major concern?
It would be twofold. It would be safety and it would be financial.
Okay, thank you.
All right. I've got a good long list here. Colleagues, I intend to take the motion in two parts today, because there are two separate proposals in front of us. One is addressing the bid rate, and second is the expansion of the bid area. So we'll take those separately.
Discuss that way if you need a mover, or do you want to move?
No, I'm happy to move, no, we'll separate them. I'm happy to move A and B, and by all means, if you want to move, sorry, A and B1, and if you want to move the balance, that's up to you.
Happy
if you've got a
to get
second.
it on the table.
Okay, so Councillor Casey Cox.
Yeah, kia ora, Vanessa. Just in the policy, it does say, or the bid policy, that any increase in the bid, that we must show, I guess, where it's required in the annual program. I know you've mentioned buying power and reducing and things like that, but is there anything more specific that you would be wanting to use the increased funding for?
Yes, one of the areas that we believe is missing at the moment is around the promotion of the central city to external businesses. That promotional piece, we believe that there's more opportunity to do something around selling of the central city. What that looks like, I couldn't 100% tell you, but that's certainly where we would be looking to put more funding.
Cool.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. And just, I was pleased to see some environmental initiatives, spoken about in your report, and particularly the living footpath. Is there anything more that you could just offer about that? I was just intrigued.
Yes, so we recently had a living sign produced, so the footpath signs that businesses have on display around the town. We were speaking to a business that is very big in sustainability, and one of the things they want is a footpath sign, but they didn't want another piece of plastic to be their footpath sign. So we sort of brainstormed what that could look like, and we looked at some overseas examples, and then we agreed to get a prototype sign created that would be considered sustainable. So it is a sign that's essentially a garden bed with a frame that has got promotion. It's got our promotion on it, Hamilton Central, or Love the Centre actually, with a vine growing up the side. So we've had a sign writer working on that for us for the last few months, and we've just got it, and it's in the window of our office, and we thought that would be a useful prototype for other businesses to see that you can have. It's a great way to get more greenery out into what would traditionally not be areas where you can plant in the footpaths, but you can actually bring some greenery into a living element to your business. So that was why we did that.
And just a final question around, there was mention, I think it was more in the staff part of our report, but around the river and your promotion of the river or your activation of the river as part of your work. And I just wondered, is there anything happening in regards to kind of trying to connect businesses with the river and taking care of the river, if that makes sense, or sort of that idea?
Yes. So I don't have an answer in terms of strategies around businesses being involved in the taking care of the river. I know that there are some proactive businesses in that space. One that springs to mind is Mercury, who I know do a lot of good in that area. In terms of activation of the river, that's one of the big selling points we believe of expanding into Hamilton East, is actually having the river at the centre of the central city. And having commercial opportunity on both sides of the river, which is something that has long been talked about, is creating that activity and that commerciability on the river. Actually, just by expanding and being able to package up Hamilton East and the CBD together, sort of creates that as a byproduct. So that's one part of the activation. Something else we're currently working on is around when there is activity planned that utilises the river, like Bridge to Bridge ski race, which is coming up in October, is what we can do with the businesses and activation to actually have more visibility of what's happening on the river, because sometimes we do find that the river activity isn't well known. So we're working, in particular at the moment, we're working with a couple of novel ideas with Bridge to Bridge about how we can bring some more impact of river activity. So the considerations going forward.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Mark.
Thanks again, Chair. Vanessa, in your straw poll that you conducted, did anyone strongly oppose?
Do you know nobody, oh, sorry, in Hamilton East or in the CBD?
Yeah, or CBD, sorry.
In the CBD, existing membership?
Yeah.
No, there was, and I will preface it by saying, you know, there was about 50 businesses that we went to in our, when we physically walked around and talked to them. There were 2 that weren't 100% supportive, but I would not say they were strongly opposed. One was very much saying they didn't really have any skin in the game, as in the Hamilton East impact wouldn't affect them at all, but they were just, we're in the central city, so we just say CBD. So I wouldn't say they were strongly opposed, but they weren't putting out their hand to support. The other one was very much like, I'd need to see what it looked like to get a better understanding. So some things to be noted are, for instance, well, one of their concerns that they brought up was the activation element. Would that stretch over to Hamilton East? And I was saying at this stage, no, the proposition is around, or the activation is around the CBD activation. That's what it's tied to at the moment. So that wouldn't necessarily be a consideration straight away for Hamilton East. So it was some more clarity rather than not support.
Okay,
that
cool.
makes sense.
And just a quick supplementary question, if I may. Have you got any examples of other bids that have done this around the country or other or overseas where they've expanded and what their results?
Yes, it is quite common practice. So around New Zealand, there are bids everywhere. So I will, you know, it is a utilised way of setting up. There's currently 6 bids, for instance, in Hawke's Bay. So that area has one in Hastings, one in Napier, one in Taradale. Like they're all set up in the same sort of area.
And do they grow on a regular basis?
I wouldn't say regular because it's quite an ordeal to expand, but there's certain, it's not uncommon. The same in Auckland, there's 49 bids up there, and they will expand as their area expands or as changes happen and development happens. They're very mindful, as are we, that things change over time and that they should be keeping an eye on whether there is areas they should be expanding into.
And they can physically show, or they can tangibly show economic results that say this was a good thing to do.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Cool.
And I will also just, just to clarify the point, when we looked at Hamilton East, we initially looked at whether there would be the opportunity to set up a separate bid there and whether they could actually become their own bid in the same sort of scenario as Hawke's Bay. And the reason that we believe an expansion is better is currently there's around 1,200 businesses in our membership in the CBD. We would be taking to expand another 110 businesses. So it's not big enough to create enough of a pool of money to do enough things to create a separate bid office, which is why we went for the expansion.
Awesome, thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Sarah.
Hi, Vanessa. My question is around the 95% general commercial rate. So essentially, if we extend the bid, then those businesses in Hamilton East get to benefit from that discount. How much do you expect to bring in terms of revenue from the bid targeted rate?
Okay, so I will say that I haven't got clarity on the finances, so I've been talking with Lehigh, who's been talking with the team around what the implications would be financially, and around also the clarity of whether it would be the 95.5 rule, because I understand that it wasn't necessarily that we were going to replicate exactly the same model in the CBD over to Hamilton East. So I will defer to Lehigh for this.
So I think, in the report it kind of shows that the bid rate is made up of 2 separate rates. The one being the SUIP rate. So each business or each property is charged $240. And then there's a capital value rate that makes up the other portion of the bid rate, which is a 0.0002462 type number. And so realistically, in terms of the cost to the ratepayer, yes, they're getting the 95% bid commercial rate, but then they're also paying the 240 plus the CV rate to be part of the bid organisation.
Yes, but how much? So, like I guess, your average business there, how much do they save how much do they pay in less in terms of general rates?
I might
potentially, or
ask
what's the-
Andrew.
So how, I guess I'm trying to compare. Thanks, Andrew. So what I'm trying to do is understand. So if we have a $43,000 reduction in general rates coming from the Hamilton East area, how much are we getting, which then goes to the business association in terms of that targeted rate?
Oh, right, okay. Sorry, I'm not sure. I don't have, so just the extra collection of the bid rate from the new areas, do you have that in your hand?
So that's the east one there.
Oh, yeah, so about, so that was 362. Oh, no, sorry. Where are we? 25. Oh, yeah. So 25,000 was the extra bid collection.
Right.
So the decision, actually, I might just mention, so the decision to apply the 95% differential on the general rate, that is actually a separate decision. We just assumed that you would want to treat those properties the same, but that will actually have to be a separate decision outside of this.
Okay, so it's not a given that we automatically.
No, and being an LTP, yeah, obviously, whatever you want to do and is whatever is supported by council can be done. It could be decided that the 95% rate is no longer appropriate for the CBD as well. So yeah, it is a separate decision.
Okay, thank you, and thank you so much, Andrew. And so I guess just back to you, Vanessa, in terms of expectations currently from businesses, are they going to be looking at this going, we're also expecting that only a 95%, that 95% to be extended to us if we come into the bid, or are there currently no expectations around that?
There's probably very little expectation around that. So I did go out with some numbers saying what businesses in the CBD currently pay, just to give some indication of what would be looked at. But the numbers I gave were the $240 per business and the 0.0000 number of CV value, to give an example of how we currently charge. But I understand there are a few implications with regards to what happens in the CBD may not be entirely replicated or may be, so I do know that that's a
So you're comfortable with potentially in
decision
LTP we decide to continue with 100% rating in Hamilton East, or we make,
I would have to see, I would want further discussion on that. I know that when we were looking at it, if we took this model and put it entirely in Hamilton East, I think the revenue or the additional revenue we would get in the office would be about 36,000, something like that for the additional businesses. But I would say that there has to be a reasonable financial discussion had as to how this would be going forward.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Right, Councillor Max.
Oh, thanks. I'll leave the discussion with regard to finance to the LTP discussion, maybe. It might be a better way for us to be able to get a fuller picture of the whole cost implications. Not necessarily opposed to the expansion, but in terms, you talked earlier a little bit about parking, and I just wanted to have a bit of an understanding of what kind of past and present and even future promotions that you might be doing with regard to alternative modes for people to be able to get in and around, and particularly if we're looking to boost Hamilton East, what might be considered there also.
So we certainly have been utilising the wording for Hamilton East around that walkable catchment. I think that's really important, that that is socialised as these are within walking distance, so it's not a multi-parking scenario necessarily. It is, very much within a walking distance. We've talked a lot about the new bridge, the walking cycling bridge, So anticipating that that will form quite a large amount of promotion we have, particularly around, obviously, when the theatre is completed, that sort of thing. We have a lot to do with the businesses around biking and supporting that activity and promotion. Same with the scooter population. There's a lot around that we do. We're doing a lot of promotion around flex buses, particularly around the convenience of those, and we have had really positive feedback from our particularly our South End hospitality providers around the benefits of the flex bus. It was one of the highlights, well, not one of the highlights, but it was certainly a massive positive during FIFA. Was the flex bus and the opportunity that provided for people to get to the games and come into town. And we certainly feel that there is a lot of discussion, not only around parking, we know there's always discussion around parking, but around other opportunities to come and enjoy the city that don't revolve around necessarily parking or not parking. There's just a different ways and experiences are frequently.
Yeah, and that's useful for the public. What about with the businesses that you support as well? How do you encourage that discussion amongst your membership?
So again, the same scenarios are happening. So those promotions are also done through our business communications that we have as well. We've been talking to different businesses who are operating parking, the tag in, tag out system of parking, so that they haven't necessarily got more parking. What they've got is smarter parking. So I'll highlight Cloudland for their work that they're doing around the fact that they have, that it's not a sign in, sign out, but it, basically they have parks that are available to be accessed. So they're not allocated per person, they're allocated to the parking activity, and if someone uses it for 2 hours and then they're out and the next person comes in, they might use it for 6 hours. So we're doing some more work around what that private parking model and smarter parking can be utilised, how that can be better used within businesses. Is that me?
Questions. I'll try to avoid that, but we're getting very close. So can I ask colleagues to be succinct with your questions? And Vanessa, respectfully, brevity in response.
Sure.
Okay?
Yes.
Councillor Cash.
Thank you, Vanessa. A lot of discussion around the increase in the boundary to Ham East. Like you said yourself, Ham East is becoming, activating itself quite well. So what benefit, if you had to summarize in a very short sentence, what are we trying to fix? Why expand?
It's not that we're trying to fix something. I think that we're trying to capitalise on a great benefit that can be had. We can join these two areas and actually have even more of an offering for Hamilton, and it can benefit both businesses and visitors alike.
And so is there a risk of splitting the focus of, how do you manage it yourself, where you're giving Hamilton East as much attention as the city or vice versa?
I think the risk of splitting the focus is there now. And that we're splitting an audience and having to compete for that audience. So in terms of remaining focused and ensuring that everyone gets the same amount, we have that benefit of economies of scale. We already have our channels, we already have activity, so we would just be additionally inclusive. I don't think that we would be doing it to the detriment of any group. It'll just be encompassing more.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. And just a quick question. In the recommendation, it says that there'll be a report coming to November with the detail. What type of detail would that be? Is that the financial stuff, or is it like a strategy of the increased boundaries, or what?
Yeah, so that will be following the next steps in terms of Vanessa and the HCBA actually conducting a formal bid poll with the proposed new area.
Okay.
So obviously this is just an in-principle decision, which is why much of the information hasn't been collected yet. So this is just to inform Vanessa and the HCBA on their next steps to progress these discussions for a more comprehensive discussion later on
Okay,
in
that
November.
makes sense.
Yep.
Thank you.
And on that point, it also is decoupled from a subsequent decision as part of the LTP.
Absolutely.
As to the percentage of rate rebate, which could significantly affect the current CBD remission as well as how Hamilton East would be treated. Separate discussion. Deputy Mayor, the brevity is her forte.
He pātai aku. I have a couple of questions.
Kia ora.
Mine actually, thank you, Vanessa, for the report, but mine are just succinct questions to the staff around the 35%. And then, so it says in the policy and in the report that HCBA will conduct the formal poll, but that we will appoint an officer. Is that correct? Yeah. So we will open the things, envelopes, count the votes. It also says we'll pay for the poll. It says that poll is the responsibility of HCBA, but the council will pay for the poll.
Okay, yes.
Oh, no, is it right? Is it right?
Thank you.
Yeah.
Which paragraph are you looking at, sorry?
B. 14B in the policy says that the poll is the responsibility of the poll proponent, and C says that the council will pay the cost.
Yes, you're correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
It wouldn't be material, right?
No, it'd be
given it's
5 to 6
okay.
grand.
And so,
Sorry?
It would be between 3,000 and 5,000. It is dependent on the numbers of businesses that are spoken to.
yeah.
Yeah.
So
it's probably more to the 3 because it's a smaller number.
okay. But it is a formal poll, so according to the policy, so I just want to check because a lot of the questions seem to be up, oh, should we not? But it's irrelevant because it's based on the poll at the moment. So the poll, my understanding of the policy, correct me if I'm wrong, is that it has to have 35% of the members. So my question around that is currently, Vanessa said there's 1,200 current members. Then there's Hamilton East, which is another 400. Who do we poll?
No, so you only poll the businesses in the proposed new area.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
And so in this area,
420?
there's really only around 100 odd, 110 businesses.
Oh,
so
110. So you still need 35% of them
Yes,
to
yes.
have a majority either way.
Yes.
Okay, cool. Awesome. That's it. Thank you. Ka pai.
Sorry, there's a correction. Sorry, there is a correction to your question, Councillor O'Leary. So the 14B that you were looking at was actually payment of the poll to establish the bid, which is the initial one. So if you look at paragraphs 45 to 49, where it talks about adjustments of the bid boundary area. So, sorry, Vanessa, the bid will pay for any further polls to adjust the boundary. That has actually been how we've been progressing on this with the assumption that Vanessa...
We had expected to be paying for
Yeah.
it, so I was just going to take a very quick win there if it was possible.
Learning curve for everybody, I think, today. All right. Councillor Muku, you've gone off the radar now? Yep. Was it the long delay in getting attention, or was your question answered? Cheers. All right, so colleagues, if we turn to page 15, I intend to take the vote with these items separately, but one round of debates. I'm moving A and B1, which is the increase in revenue to support the bid operations. I think, yeah.
Wondering what happened, because there's a whole heap of other reporting things. Do we want to leave receiving the report to later or something?
Yeah, very good point. Thank you for that. The way these reports are written, I fell into that simple trap. So I'm moving B1. Stand by. We're innovating as we go.
Just so that subject to this, we'll continue the work. Because that would, is that okay?
Could you throw that up so that everybody can, does everybody have that? No.
No, I was just formulating it as the questions went well. Maybe I'll do it this way.
Okay, that's cool. So, let's have a look. All right, so I'm happy to move B with Councillor Donovan's second, and then I understand the second motion, signalled by by the Mayor.
Well, you almost don't need B in that second one because you've already got Councillor Ewan's, Chair Ewan, B.
If we don't, then we don't make that change to the policy though.
Okay.
All right, so I think very simply, the first part is, do you support the adjustment of the funding, keeping in mind that we'll have a secondary discussion as part of the LTP over whatever the bid rebates will be under our rating system. And then Mayor Paula's part is, we are in principle supporting the bid's aspiration to expand into Hamilton East, which would then be subject to a poll that Vanessa will fund of the new area alone. And again, I remind everybody, then actually the financial ramifications will not be ratified till much later as part of the LTP. Is that clear? Right. That's all moved. Councillor Jeff, you're seconding the Mayor? Excellent. Right. As Chair, I try never to speak first, even though I've moved the motion. I think it's a really good principle, the Chair goes last. So, who would like to speak on the matters? Mayor Paula.
Okay, just, this doesn't bind us to anything, but it enables the work to go ahead off the back of the work that's already been done. Obviously, Hamilton East is undergoing an amazing transformation, and businesses could do well to, I like the idea of a hub and spoke model ultimately, is what I say, where you have a central business district association that's strong and has all the skills it needs, and it helps people in more localised areas to also get the benefit, and as I think Vanessa said, maximise the opportunities of being in a business development based organisation. So that's all I was going to say. Nothing locks us in until the LTP, so it gives the HCBA and other businesses, and who knows, potentially other parts of the town, vis-a-vis Frankton or whatever, to come to the table if they're ready to have this conversation and inform us for the LTP. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Ewan. Look, I support both of these. I want to speak particularly in regard to the linkage between the CBD and Hamilton East. There's always been that relationship there between the CBD and Hamilton East, and I've been a proponent for a long time of accentuating this link. I think the whole thrust for me behind a lot of our river plan work was the creation of a kind of entertainment precinct from Victoria on the River South to the new theatre, and with the new pedestrian cycle bridge going across to Hamilton East. It just showcasing the river, and it just seems to me a fantastic opportunity for the CBD and Hamilton East. So I'm really actually quite excited about this. To me, it's kind of a natural evolution that was going to happen, and I think well done to the CBD guys for promulgating it. I think it's also doesn't hurt to actually give them a more parties involved in this, because it helps with the size of the bid, spending power, all that sort of stuff. So I'm wholeheartedly behind it, and hopefully the poll ticks it off as well. Well done.
Thank you. Firstly, thank you to Vanessa for all of your hard work in this space. I support both, well, I'll be supporting both of the motions today. And that's because, I think that really it's up to these businesses. If they want to pursue this, they feel that it's advantageous, then all power to them. And there's a lot happening in Hamilton East. It's close, they've got a pedestrian bridge. It makes sense to be supporting what's happening there and connecting these two areas up. But what I will flag is that careful thought will need to be given to this rebate in the long-term plan, because it doesn't quite add up that it would have been a reduction in revenue by 43,000 in the last financial year, but we're looking at between 25 to 36,000 in revenue coming from a targeted bid rate. And so maybe in the past, the idea was that the bid rate was offset with this rebate, but because rates have continued to go up, but that bid rate has stayed static, has stayed the same, it's meant that actually now it's overcompensating, it's over-subsidising. So some careful thought needs to be given to that. So I'm just flagging that conversation for future discussion. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Anna Casey Cox.
Yeah, just quickly, I will be supporting both also. I just wanted to, I guess, support Jeff's comments around the river, and I guess the opportunity to increase that, not only the activation of the river, but the care or identity with the river. There's a lot of litter along our river and a lot of rubbish, as Mukul's friend Norm finds when he travels up and down there. So the more that we can activate and engage and appreciate that space by building our connections across and with it, the better. So yeah, just but support it for more reasons than that, but just wanted to highlight that. Thank you.
Colleagues, I'm going to briefly have a chat on my position. I've changed my mind from the beginning to where I am now. I will support both. But I say this sincerely. My fear about including Hamilton East is for the existing members in the south end of Victoria Street who are in the hospo sector. I think they're going to take a hammering through the success of MAID. I think MAID will become the destination with the restaurants, the balconies that go out overlooking the river. And my fear had always been, I felt that this is when HCBA would need to really step up and passionately advocate for the south end of the city and go out with an aggressive marketing campaign to remind people that they should be using the south end. But in fact, HCBA feels that it's better to join the two areas together. And I guess you could debate that once the theatre is opened, that things will swing a little bit back to the south end. But I'm fearful of that. But I've listened to the argument and I'm prepared to let that roll. But I'm joining Sarah in sending a clear message when it actually comes to the LTP. My appetite to provide a rebate for either is dissipating, because I feel that we have, by providing a rebate in the past, provided a helping hand, but as it expands, we're going to have to curtail our ability to force other ratepayers, commercial ratepayers, more to subsidise these areas. So I'm comfortable with the expansion in principle, but sending a real clear message when it comes to setting the LTP rates that my appetite for a reduction has dissipated. Right. Any other speakers? I see none. I don't need to use my right of reply. So strangely enough, I will put this governance, guide me. I created this quagmire. Help me get out of it. Can I put it all at once? Or should I?
Let's just vote twice. We're good.
We're going to practice twice. So, in part of the first part, all those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against?
The motion is carried unanimously.
All those in favour of the second motion, the mayors, those say in favour say yes. Aye. Those against say no.
The motion is carried unanimously.
Look at that. We're making good time. 10:35. Colleagues, I'm going to try to get through the other CCOs before we have a break. A lot of that will be up to you and the questions you ask. Hamilton Tourism. Nicola. Welcome.
Oh, tēnā koutou katoa.
Kia ora. we're in your hands.
Thank you. We do have a presentation. I'm not sure if you've got that available to share, and we'll work through that. Good morning, Morena. You've all got the... Thank you. You have all got our hopefully extensive report in your agenda pack that will answer a lot of your questions, but we'll work through that a little bit and just point out some more highlights from that. I'm joined today by our board member Mark Morgan, and also extend an apology from our board chairman Richard Leggett, who couldn't be here today. The overall picture for this report to the end of June 2023 is that tourism and events are bouncing back and recovering really strongly in a post-COVID world, and we are now, officially post-COVID with 7 days isolation now parked. We are in a post-COVID world, so bouncing back nicely. We go to the next slide, please. Now, this is in your report, so I'm not going to read you the numbers, but just to give a few highlights of the extra information since giving you this report. The green box there on the left is visitor electronic card transactions. So it's not total visitor spend, but electronic card transactions. That's a really important differentiation. For the July figures are just through. This is to the end of June, of course, for the year, but July figures for the month just off July 2023, with one FIFA Cup game, the international spend was up 63% on July last year. So that's really positive and showing the impact of those amazing events, which I'll talk a little bit about later. 27% of that spend in July was from the US market, which is a little bit more than what we usually see. Australia is usually much higher. So that was, again, a direct impact of FIFA. The purple box there, now that's visitor numbers through Data Ventures. That's our cell phones. Yes, Big Brother, we're watching and we can see where people go, and not anonymously, of course, but again, for July figures just through, so on top of those ones there that are the annual figures, for July, 42% more visitation than July 2022. So that was, of course, Matariki weekend was in July, and we had the Japan and Zimbabwean game was late July. So really good to see those visitations coming through as a result of those games. The commercial guest nights there in the yellow, I haven't got the figures through for July yet, but that will be interesting to see. But we can see there that our region sits at 57% occupancy rate, plus a little bit more, 57.4. New Zealand's occupancy rate as an average is 53%. So we punch a little bit above the national average. The black box on the right is international visitors into the country, not the region. We are unable to tell how many of those actually filter into our region directly. What we're seeing from the Tourism Export Council is predictions and their forecasts of return to pre-COVID visitor numbers will reach 100% in some markets by June 24, but 100% across all markets by June 2025. So seeing really good return rates and expectations and forecasts. When those forecasts were originally run, it was 2026 was forecasted. So seeing great return. Next slide, please. These blue graphs are also in your report. This is for Hamilton, for Kirikiriroa itself, so these are your graphs. The top left is domestic spend, so 2019 on the left and 2023 on the right, so we can see really good, strong return there. But the bottom one is international spend, and I think that's probably the really interesting piece, is that already our international spend in Kirikiriroa is more than what it was for the same time year-end 2019. So seeing really good, strong return there. The white graphs on the right are your commercial accommodation. So this is really important for us when we look at our accommodation across our city and further afield into our region. Accommodation is a challenge, and that's, we've talked about that before. 75% occupancy in our commercial accommodation in Kirikiriroa, often number one, sometimes slips to number two when we look at district councils across the country. So very, very strong. And the next slide, please. I've got a couple of activities that we've got covered in your report, but I just wanted to talk about them a little bit more because they're quite special. This one is a mega FMIL. It's hosting business events organisers, professional conference organisers in our region and showcasing what we can do to encourage business events to be held here. The images here are a dinner that was held in your own Claudelands event. Thank you to Sean and his team for working with our team on this. Showcased what the venue could do to a group of professional conference organisers. As a direct result of that activity, 3 events have been already booked, and there's already another couple that are possible from that one event. So it was an absolute delight to host that event in the Claudelands Arena. And the next one, please. Hopefully you fully recognise this place. In November, Tourism New Zealand hosted for the first time in 3 years all of their international managers, global market managers came back to New Zealand to hold their hui. Clearly, there was a little bit of an interruption over the last few years, so the first time in the 3 years. And they held it in Rotorua, which, they weren't meant to be in our region, but however, their bus had to go through our region to go back to the Auckland airport. So we secretly, not many of them knew, well, only one of them knew that we were organising this, stopped the bus at Hamilton Gardens and actually got them all off their 3 buses and did a guided tour with your team from Hamilton Gardens through 4 of the gardens with entertainment and kai. It was a very whistle-stop tour, but what that has done is educated the global Tourism New Zealand managers on just what Hamilton Kirikiriroa has and can do. They loved it, and they still talk about it with absolute fond, rapt memories. So it was a great surprise and delight moment. The next one, please, is a Kia Ora magazine. So this one was for Hamilton itself, featured throughout 2023. With some Māori art features, Hamilton destination feature, several event inclusions and specific inclusions around FIFA World Cup. So that has gained some great traction on the Kia Ora magazine. And the next one is another piece of work that's particularly we're proud of, is with Tourism New Zealand, we worked with the Australian broadcast for the TV program Roads Less Travelled. So it had Waikato was filmed for 2 episodes in May, aired for Hamilton, included Hamilton Gardens and Te Ahure Māori walking tourism. Those tours are amazing if you haven't done them already. The episode aired in Australia in July, so just recently, with over 400,000 viewers. And just to hand, that has resulted in a printed piece that was published only just over the weekend, so new to hand, and has reached an estimated 2.7 million readers in the Australian market as a direct result of that piece of work. So some of these pieces of work, if we just slide to the next one, thank you, have been activated. You'll see it through your report where pieces of work and projects have been activated by the central government funding that we received, that all RTOs up and down the country received over the 2 years. That funding has been all fully utilised now, and we've absolutely maximised every single cent out of that to make sure that our region has been showcased and benefited from that. So we're now painting the picture and absolutely believe we are back. Tourism's back, events are back. We're really proud of the work that we've done to support our sector through those difficult times, and we're looking forward to, anecdotally, we're hearing some great bookings for the October school holiday and summer season, and we're feeling really quite vibrant that tourism for our city, tourism for our region and for our country, we're back. Thank you.
Wonderful. Colleagues, there's not a decision to be made other than receiving the report, but does anybody have any questions on the presentation? No? Oh.
Yeah, 3.
See, I made a mistake of encouraging them,
You hesitated.
but I guess that's called democracy. Councillor.
Thank you, Chair Ewan. So just trying to get my head around some of the figures in relation to visitor nights, commercial occupancy and Airbnbs. So you've got commercial occupancy at 75%, but visitor nights at 57%. Is that is that taking into account emergency accommodation?
No, so the commercial accommodation data excludes the MSD contracting because they're longer term stay. Data is quite a challenge in the tourism sector, unfortunately, and there is an MB data group now looking at the data that we are delivered, because there are challenges with almost every single data set we have. The confidence comes, though, that we're all using the same data up and down the country.
Right.
So it's probably better to look at the trends
Yes.
than the absolutes. Like I say, visitor spend is electronic card only. It does not account for any cash or online purchases prior.
Right.
So there are some challenges with some of those data sets.
Right, so then with the 75% commercial occupancy and 70% Airbnb occupancy, so those are pretty close. Does that mean that they are not in competition because they're both pretty much the same level, so they're dealing with sort of different parts of the market?
I think the Airbnb is buoying up our guest nights because we do not have enough commercial accommodation, and you know, that's been discussed a number of times, hasn't it? Commercial accommodation. So I think that we're seeing the Airbnb filling that gap, particularly at event time.
Yes.
Field days, FIFA, Matariki. Definitely, we rely heavily on our Airbnb. They're definitely two sets of separate data, though.
Yeah, that's good. That was answering my next question. Thank you.
Maxine.
Really quick, actually. It was great to see all of those tour guides in our space, actually. And I guess there's an awareness that in 2024 there'll be an entry fee for visitors outside of Hamilton residency. It was made really clear.
There's absolutely an awareness, and working with Travel Trade, those bookings are made 18 months ahead, and it is absolutely very clear that there will be entry fees for Hamilton Gardens.
And there wasn't any discussion about that being a detractor to
Not
the
that I'm
site?
aware of, no. Our international visitors are well used to paying for activities, whether it's here in Aotearoa or further afield, and even when we travel. So we don't see any challenges at this point.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. My first question was exactly the same as Councillor Bitter, so thank you. My second question, though, was, look, we can all agree that FIFA was a huge success and a fantastic opportunity, but it is a one-off event, and just wondering whether the underlying trend of international and national visitors without factoring in FIFA, is that still trending upwards? Or?
Yeah, we're still seeing really strong interest in the country in total from further afield markets. People haven't been able to travel for a number of years, so there's still a pent-up demand to explore further afield. So we're still seeing really strong indications of return, including to our region.
Perfect, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Nothing online? Right, thank you. Mark, I guess you get to stay. And Scott, please come up and join us. Mark, we're in your hands.
Maureen, nice to see you, Chair, and Mayor Paula and councillors. We also have a presentation. I know you will, that hopefully will appear on screen.
It's on the bottom of our...
Good. So look, in relation to our year end, we had another solid result for the airport group. What I would say though is our EBITDA was slightly down on FY22 and 21, but certainly a good result against pre-COVID and against budget. But look, the aeronautical business has been impacted by a slower revival of passenger volumes, probably down 9,000 passengers in FY23 over our expectations, but more than positively offset by a strong performance of the hotel and the farm. However, during the year, we also had very good land sales of about 14.7 million, as well as some strong revaluations of a number of our assets. So whilst our headline net profit before tax was very strong, it's important to sort of restate that the underlying aeronautical business is okay, but certainly not strong. What I would say, though, that those land sales have allowed the group to invest more than $20 million in aeronautical assets in the past 2 years. And that's been the terminal refurbishment or part of it in that financial year, as well as acquiring a number of aviation assets on airport. So still very much supporting our 10-year strategic plan, which is to protect the core of the airport business whilst generating other income, income-generating assets from other sources. Next slide, thank you. Just a couple of key projects, I think, this year. I'll skim over this very quickly, but the solar farm, I think, is one we're very proud of. We're about to switch on the solar farm in the next couple of weeks. It would have been switched on by now, bar for a faulty part arriving from offshore. That fits very much with a piece around our sustainability I'll talk to later on in the presentation. But it will certainly, from not only a sustainability position, but from a pure economic commercial position, will reduce our electricity costs by about 50% for the terminal once we switch that on. Talked a wee bit about the terminal refurbishment. What I would say is that we have had a very nice recognition of the refurbishment, and we have been entered in a number of awards throughout New Zealand where we've had mixed results. But just last week in Melbourne, we were entered into the Australian Good Design Awards, and what I can say is that Hamilton Kirikiriroa Airport rebrand has won gold in communication branding and identity, and further we won the best in category class as well. So I think the brand has been, and the refurbishment and the storytelling has been well received across Australasia. I talked a wee bit about the acquisitions. We've been quite focused on securing aeronautical plant, if you like, that can further aid the growth of the aviation business. Menzies have moved into the Eagle Air hangar we acquired late last year. They've been able to extend their business into jet servicing, which is the Texel aircraft that you may well be aware of, and other aeronautical businesses have filled the additional space that we have acquired. So we're very pleased about that. Of course, we also have the flight school, and I'll talk a wee bit about our progress on filling that building later on. Another point, and I'm happy, certainly your first public speaker about rents and the impact on airport. We are currently working through a very significant general aviation review, which we will be presenting a draft to the board in October to finalise in November. And that sort of considers the role of the airport company, the role of general aviation in New Zealand. We represent about 25% of general aviation activity at Hamilton Airport of the national general aviation business. And some of the challenges that face the airport company and face the industry, and some of those opportunities for the airport company, but there is some decision making around the impacts that may well have on the industry itself. I would also, very minor, we've been very busy, I guess, tidying up and improving some of our legacy infrastructure. We've completed major work on the car park. Those of you that travel recently will see over a number of months we've completely reorganised the car park, create an additional 200 car parks on the existing footprint and significantly improve the customer experience. And we've also completed quite a bit of infrastructure on the other side of the airport, over by the General Aviation Precinct. We've completed the internal roadway through from the southern precinct, where Visi is, through to the General Aviation Precinct, and that's been a significant piece of roading infrastructure that now provides a much safer entry-exit for the airport users on that side of the airport. Next slide, thank you. Look, this is just very briefly the Northern Precinct. You will be aware that we're undertaking and have undertaken a plan change on the 100-hectare farm. We had a successful hearing and decision by independent commissioners through a waipa process in March. But just recently, at the completion of the appeal period, Forest and Bird have appealed our plan change. And that appeal under the Section 274 has been joined by DOC and the Regional Council. So we now have a process, of course, to work through under the guidance of the Environment Court. So we will, this is all very new within the last 2 or 3 weeks. So we will now, we're re-engaged with our planning team, our ecologists, and we'll be completing our environmental management plan and then working through a mediation process over the next few months. But with the potential that we may be in the Environment Court towards the middle of next year. So quite a piece of work for the business to work through. Next slide, thank you. Scott.
Right, morning everyone. So up on screen we've got 23 passenger results. So as you'll see, 420 was our budget, 420,000 passengers. We fell a little bit short of that. First half of the year was really strong. There was still some lingering COVID effects. Second half we ran into some headwinds. There was a challenge with Air New Zealand producing enough capacity with aircraft and crewing constraints. We've also seen an element of people who have not been able to travel overseas for a few years. We've seen a bit of a tidal wave, if you like, of people that would have flown domestically for 2 or 3 years looking to go overseas. And of course, cost of living has no doubt impacted people's discretionary incomes to travel. Very pleasingly though, in the past sort of 6 weeks, past couple of months, we've seen airfares come back quite substantially, over 10%. And we've already seen a return of passengers towards what we'd expect. So I think, yeah, the 2024 budget number, based on how we're tracking sort of into the first quarter, I'm comfortable we'll get there this year. Another factor around a potential challenge for us, some of you will be aware from the past 48 hours, Air New Zealand have announced a number of their domestic jet aircraft are having to be grounded because their engines are being recalled. We've had assurance out of Air New Zealand that that will not impact the current services we have. Obviously, we don't receive Airbus aircraft routinely here, but they've given us confidence they're not going to take the turboprop aircraft out of our port to then sustain domestic services. It may constrain, what probably will constrain Air New Zealand's ability to respond if there was a large uptake and large growth in demand. But I think comfortable that a normal year will be able to be serviced with what capacity Air New Zealand can offer. If we just go to the next slide, please. Appreciate the graphs are all a bit small on there, but we are now halfway through our original 10-year plan set, and a few familiar faces around the table that had input into that back in 2018. Most of the metrics are tracking pretty well. You know, up on screen a pretty diverse range of income generating metrics. The one obviously with the COVID pandemic and disruption to travel is the passenger activity is fallen short of projection. Still confident that all the growth and things will be there and it will bounce back, but we're probably not going to hit a 10-year target. If we reflect on the last year, obviously the land sales graph, there's a big spike there. What you will see though is that's been, while it's been by far our strongest year to date, you'll see the next couple of years it's a little bit flat. So it's really been a timing issue. We always foresaw these land sales happening. They've happened much sooner than we thought. What that has done is, as sort of Mark alluded to, is it's returned about 10 to 15 million of capital to the airport company that we've been able to reinvest. So I think in the middle of a pandemic, we were obviously confronted with the seismic strengthening issue on a relatively new terminal building, only at that point about 15 years old. So we're able to do that. The seismic, meet our seismic obligations to a very high 80% NPS standard. Also able to provide that refreshed customer experience. And as we talked about earlier, some of the expansionary opportunities around acquisitions we're able to invest in as well, all without taking on extra debt. And I think just important to dissect, those of you who will have seen the net profit of around 18 million. I think it's important to dissect that. There's a very much one-off flavour to land sales there. There's really nothing coming for the next 2 or 3 years in the way of land sales. There's also some paper gains and overs and unders. If you take those away, we're actually only left with about $1 million of trading profit off a recurring income base of about 18 million. So that does present perhaps a little more subdued outlook than what an $18 million number on its own might look like. Just moving to the next slide. Just around our balance sheet. Look, paper gains certainly have inflated balance sheet. Paper gains are important. They are an indicator of future success and future opportunities. But we will start to come under pressure in a cash sense now. We've had a relatively low debt level all this time, consistently around 15-20 million through a range of sort of investment cycles, a range of economic cycles. But we're going to see very quickly the cost of reinvestment as we get to the end of the decade, a significant amount of investment needed in airside infrastructure, the runway resurfacing project. What we thought 6 or 7 million might have been 4 or 5 years ago when we were planning for that, we're seeing a lot of those sorts of costs double, and much like you'll be seeing yourselves around roading and Three Waters infrastructure. So I think we're going to see debt come on our balance sheet, and it's going to be sit persistently higher for some time. We've also got, as Mark talked about, roading and Three Waters infrastructure of our own, ensuring that we've got the right infrastructure to enable the airport precinct to grow. And then what's unknown for us is alternative fuels. So as we get into electric vehicles in the car park, electric aircraft, the electricity infrastructure comes under constraint, and also in aviation, a number of alternative fuels being investigated. It may be that we have 3 or 4 different types of fuels. They obviously come with their own generation, their own storage, and their own reticulation obligations and requirements. The other one we're cognizant of is our hotel. It has traded very well. We're well aware of the rhetoric around commercial accommodation in the region. We do believe a competitive advantage. We've got a lot of land available to enable that to grow. So we are seriously looking at that over the next sort of probably 12 months as to what an expansion of our current hotel would look like. And again, that's a significant capital requirement in the next few years if we proceed with that. And just the last slide for me, just is our statement of intent, performance against that. So nearly all of the metrics were met. Obviously, pleasingly, that we are an airport and all our airport KPIs were met. And in the bottom right corner, pleased to report, this is the first year we set ourselves some climate change response targets. Simply around energy reduction, we had to start the journey somewhere. We set ourselves 3% as a reduction. Pleasingly able to report at least 5%, in some parts of the business more than 7% reduction. That's without obviously the solar farm being, obviously wasn't commissioned, so that's just sensible energy management and sensible investment. And I'm going to pass you on to Mark now, who's going to talk more about sustainability and where we're heading in that space.
Thanks, Scott. So the next slide, please. Look, this just very briefly, this is a snapshot of Hamilton Airport's focus on zero emissions by 2050, which of course is the New Zealand, the government's intention, and really perhaps will give you an understanding of where we're at in this journey. It's a very complex journey, and particularly for small organisations, quite a complex journey. But we have produced and are implementing a multi-year approach to carbon zero, and the role that both we play as Hamilton Airport, but also the role that we will play as part of the aviation network in New Zealand. We've mentioned before, but just to restate that Hamilton Airport is a member of ACI, and ACA is the framework under which airport carbon accreditation is managed. We will this year, by the end of this year, be at level 3, nudging on the door of level 4, which is an excellent result. Probably only 2 or 3 other regional airports in New Zealand are at level 3, and we're very much partnered up with Christchurch Airport that are level 4 plus, and have the highest rating of any airport in Australasia. So that's very much how we're stitching our journey together. To Scott's point, we're working on some of the infrastructure that can assist with the obvious reduction in carbon use and waste energy, and that to renewable energy behind the meter will be an important part for our solar farm story, not only stage 1, but that we have visions of stage 2 and into potentially stage 3. We are part of the New Zealand Airport Sustainability Working Group, and also the Sustainability Aviation Aotearoa we are also involved with. So quite a bit going on in that space, of course, as per our relationship with Hamilton Waikato Tourism, but we're part of the Tourism Sustainability Commitment. So I guess we're trying to do as much as we possibly can. You'll be aware that we bought the 11-hectare site, which we're now calling Peka Peka Heights, which is the offset land to assist with our ecological solution around Plan Change 20, which over the next decade we will fully plant out and manage the pest control, etc. working very closely with Mystery Creek on their initiatives, and I see last night they were a finalist in the sustainability category for the Chamber Awards. So a lot happening in that space for a small team. And of course, the whole reporting of around sustainability becomes critical as a CCO under the Local Government Act as we move into the mid-2020s. So we're feeling our way through this space, doing what we can, but also mindful of the size of the organisation and how much we can achieve. All right, and just the last slide. Sorry, Chair, we've probably taken up a wee bit more time. I'll focus on a couple here. Firstly, the lead on from sustainability. Many of you will be aware of Air New Zealand has just put into the market an expressions of interest for next generation aircraft. So that's looking for support from airport companies to partner with Air New Zealand as they look to trial electric and hydrogen aircraft from 2026 onwards. That submission, in fact, closed a couple of days ago. We have submitted, I think we've submitted a very comprehensive report on how the work that Hamilton Airport is currently doing and how we would like to be engaged with Air New Zealand. Obviously, there are limitations on the distance these aircraft can fly, so geographically we're well positioned to be part of that trial in the Upper North Island. Once we'll know within the next 6 weeks which airports have worked through the EO or been selected through the EOI process. That then moves into an RFP process in early 2024. And we will have to determine ourselves if our position if we are selected for the RFP, because along with that starts to become quite a significant responsibility and role around infrastructure and how we manage and partner with respective. We've already engaged with Well Energy. We've engaged with Hiringa, who are a hydrogen fuel company, Waitomo Fuels. We, of course, asked all of our shareholders, and Mayor Paula signed a joint letter supporting our expression of interest. So we think it's a very important role to play. We've just got to understand what that means as part of this trial period if we're selected. I'm not going to speak to too much else other than to talk a wee bit around HTC, which is actually an acronym, which is the Empty Flight School Facility, Hamilton Training Centre we're calling it. So you'd be aware that we purchased that facility back in December last year, and we're actively marketing to attract another flight school to utilise that facility. And we've had a couple of interested parties. We haven't yet been able to secure that opportunity, but we still have a couple of live interested parties, and in fact Scott and I have a meeting this afternoon with another interested party. So we'll continue to progress that. Our intention is to ideally get a flight school into that facility, but we'll just have to see how that process goes. And look, I'd close really with just the external risk. We feel we're tracking well for our FY24. I think against budget, we're not seeing anything at this point that concerns us. However, sort of post-election, and be interesting to see how the economy performs, and therefore how our businesses, particularly the airport and the hotel, are impacted. But as a general statement, we feel comfortable about our position at this time of the year. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I think there'll be quite a few questions. I have Mayor Paula.
Just a couple from me. Firstly, in terms of and thank you for the report, it's always got lots of detail in it. In terms of the hotel and the upgrades that you've invested into in recent years, and we all know that the hotel was a quarantine hotel for a while.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, it's back and running, and so all of those improvements that you've made thus far, I know not everything's finished, but all of those improvements that you've done, what a financial impact do they have? And having a positive financial impact now that you've got them in.
Yeah, look, we've done 98% of what we intend to do in terms of capital expenditure at the moment, a few minor bits and pieces to do. The hotel is performing very, very well. It had a slightly weaker July and maybe August, but full year it will perform to budget, and we're very comfortable with its position and the work that Jet Park are doing. Ironically, and I think Councillor Pike, you raised this question earlier on of Nicola, and I think interesting, we're doing some assessment at the moment, but actually events such as FIFA, our hotel manager is very comfortable that the level of inquiry that was being received outside of FIFA for the blockout periods meant that the hotel would have been full anyway. So I think there's an underlying demand that's of course unsatisfied, but I think it also it's important to consider those events and to make sure that the opportunity is maximised and is appropriate for not only for the region, because we wear many hats as the airport and the hotel operator, and our role as owned by this council as well. So, but I think that just suggests that we're very comfortable with the opportunity over the next year, Mayor. So I don't see any issues at all.
Thank you. And in terms of the sustainability, well done on that performance. But in terms of trends, you're doing parking upgrades, I see them. In terms of sustainable transport and carbon emissions being quite a part of transport, right? I remember in previous years, conversations being reasonably robust with things like the regional council around servicing the airport peak time with buses.
Mm-hmm.
Is there any conversation I mean, apologies to my colleagues that are in the transport space better than me, is that not an active conversation, or is it still an active conversation?
Look, there's an active conversation, and we participate whenever asked. There was a recent trial that had very limited passenger use. But certainly we engage with Regional Council. We meet with Angela Strange occasionally to discuss public transport and the view that the Regional Council has. There is still this, I think, this dynamic around being able to provide sufficient patronage to make these services viable, but of course they're keen to do that. Waipa are keen to see a joined up bus connection between Cambridge, Te Awamutu, the airport, the city. But look, we play very much a supporting role, but we're not certainly driving those initiatives.
All right, that's great, thank you. Last question from me on your performance against, well, you've put cash flow and funding, number of metrics, 2, and one's met and one's not. What's the not met one, please?
It's just operating cash flow, so it was really a timing of tax payments was a particular one. We had the end of MIQ, we had a payout there, which was the end of MIQ, so there was a make good payment. That was an unexpected windfall, and then obviously the land sale activity was a lot higher. So you think about land sale activities generally capital, but then you have the tax consequence of that becomes an operating payment. So those two sort of one-offs, if you like.
Thank you, that's clear. Thank you, Chair.
I've got a couple of questions, if I could, and then I've got Councillor Andrew. Scott, I'd like to focus mine on money. Reading the financial report, remind me, our share capital is about 14 million.
Yeah, so your share is 7.
7 million. And the shareholder funds currently are 233 million.
Correct.
So approximately our shareholder value of that is 115 million.
Yep.
Just confirm your current borrowing is just 17 million.
No, it's up over 20 at the moment.
Up over
20.
20.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
But in the report in front of us, it was
No, it was just on 20.
just on 20.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know why I saw 17 million, but I must have misread that. My question is, this is a draft report?
It has since been audited, and those numbers haven't changed from the audit.
Right. Traditionally, when an organisation does its end of year and it's gone through the audit process, the board announces its dividend decision in light of the fact that it's been through the audit. When is the board considering that?
So literally, we signed off the accounts with the auditors 2 days ago, and The general process from here, Chair, is that the board will give consideration to a dividend payment, and then that is generally announced at the AGM, which is November. So between now and November, the board will make their determination and then announce to the shareholders at the AGM.
Mr Chair, if I could just add to that, just to remind you that the board has also undertaken to deliver its policy about dividend decisions to this committee and other shareholders at the next time of this committee meeting, which I think will be in November.
I guess, thank you for that. My next question is, in light of the capitalisation of the organisation and its current trading, and the relatively low levels of indebtedness and borrowing, is there not a more commercially savvy approach to borrow a little bit more against your equity, but then also pay a fair dividend return to your shareholders who have been incredibly patient over the years?
That's a view, Chair. And look, all I would say is that I can't speak on behalf of the board. It's not a decision for management around the payment of I suppose the inputs that the board will consider around dividend payments. All I would say is that if we were to take out some of we've now taken a view out to the mid-2030s, so we keep rolling the 10-year plan timeframe. And we start to see, depending, now of course many things can change, as you know, but at a point in time, our sort of debt levels could be moving up to sort of 60 or 70 million in that period of time. It's just one example. So I guess the board are not only considering the position of course of the company today, but also the demands on the company. You'll see in our results that we roughly have about $4 or $5 million worth of depreciation a year. Arguably, that should be reinvested in the business. And to date, we're probably investing not a little more than $1 million a year. Scott made the point we'll have an overlay in 2030 of maybe some $10 to $12 million as just one capital work stream that the company will have to fund. So I guess there's a much bigger picture, as you well know, and perhaps one that through Sean we could consider what level of detail the shareholders would like at the AGM in terms of explaining that, or at some other point.
I think just to add to Mark's comments around depreciation, so $4.5 million for the year just gone, that doesn't really include the terminal. Obviously it only opened partway through the year, so going forward a number upwards of $5 million I expect. We're depreciating historic assets to get $5 million depreciation. In 10 years time when we reinvest, we're going to be needing to reinvest something the equivalent of about $7 million a year. So we're depreciating 5 and to reinvest 7. So there's really a need to have another 2 million come from somewhere as well moving forward.
Thank you. So this is a direct question, and excuse it. As an airport company, you're saying you're not taking advantage of your passive local government shareholders in your commercial decision making and the retention of liquidity as opposed to in a more commercial environment paying active dividends?
I think, Chair, that would be an unfair representation of what we're saying, because I think I started out saying this is very much a decision for the board, and I can't speak on behalf of the board and how they and what decisions they may wish to make. I was merely providing some examples of some of the rationale that the board will consider, but there were many more that we haven't even discussed here today. So I think the shareholders, and of course the board has yourself as our largest shareholder, but they do have 5 shareholders to represent and consider. So I guess they take all of that into account. But I wouldn't like you to say that decision is what the board is thinking, because I'm not speaking on behalf of the board.
However, it is correct in saying, despite us being a 50% shareholder, the shareholder agreement gives us no extra clout or influence.
Well, I think what you do have, of course, and there is a framework, as you know, for any and all of our shareholders to provide a letter of expectation every year. And look, I think in my 8 years, we've received maybe 1 or 2 letters of expectation from any of our shareholders. So I guess that is the framework under which the shareholders have certainly got and I appreciate that's only a letter of expectation. The board then considers that, but I think that is the most prudent and useful way of signalling to the board the expectations that the shareholders have.
And of course, the appointment of directors.
And of course, the appointment of directors. That's
Sometimes we may be too quick to appoint, and maybe that's something that council has to resolve.
Yes.
My last question is the airport's current planning aspirations, which is now subject to an appeal, and the potential negative effects that those aspirations have for the City of Hamilton, particularly in terms of growth on our border. I note that council participated in the commission hearing. The question I have is, how well have you expressed as an airport company in your letter that we exchange each year as to your actions and its consequences to our broader district planning strategy? Because in theory, if I read your plan, you're potentially building a significant city right on our border. And so I'm just fascinated by, this commercial aspiration of an entity we own half of,
yes,
but clearly have very little influence, and its potential to paradoxically affect our own clear aspirations in our current district plan.
Look, that's a big question with a lot of answers, Chair. But look, what I would suggest to you is that firstly, we have signalled for a number of years to the shareholders the intention to seek a plan change on what we call Northern Precinct. And you may or may not also be aware that 41 hectares of that land has been zoned to airport business before I arrived. It was zoned back in the early 2010s. And so we're seeking on the balance of that land. It does sit within Future Proof, which of course the Hamilton City are very much part of, and has been signalled as future industrial commercial growth under Future Proof for certainly as long as I have been around. So I think the signals of the intention that land in and around, and we've seen a lot of development in and around the airport, not only by the airport company, as a industrial commercial node for growth. And we see our role in the development of that land as providing much needed industrial commercial land, which there is a shortage of, and it provides a very nice connectivity ultimately to the development of Peacock's residential and the ability to work and live much closer, and therefore minimising the needs for carbon emissions, and providing public transport, etc. So I do think, but absolutely, I understand your question, and obviously Hamilton City did appeal aspects of the plan change, which of course are more than entitled to do. But I think we have well signalled over a number of years the intentions.
Thank you. Councillor, that was it for me. Councillor Andrew.
Thank you, Chair Ewan. A couple of questions. One is related to the debt that you mentioned for the future. Is there any expectation of that council contributing to that debt?
Look, I think the company and the board have always taken a view since the removal of the uncalled capital and the obligations of shareholders back in 2015, have always taken a view that the developments that are undertaken by the airport company will be funded by the airport company. And of course, that strategy around selling land that was surplus to enable investment in other areas of the business is one of those mechanisms. So there is certainly there's been no There's nothing in our strategy that suggests an injection of capital from the shareholders.
Yeah, so other strategies is sort of partnerships or other investments, you're open to that?
Absolutely, and that's part of the thinking ultimately around the Northern Precinct. How much can and should the airport company do under its own balance sheet, or how else would that, is it staged development, how would it be funded? And we have spoken to a number of potential funding partners as to how that could be achieved.
Right. Second question, so with the sale of land for the industrial purposes, we heard this morning from Gary Peace, which is, he's a aeronautical business. Are you reserving sufficient land for aeronautical related business and not just selling off?
Very much so, and I think that's always an important distinction here, that we've just completed last year an aeronautical master plan, another 30-year plan that takes us out to 2052. And in that plan, we've reserved a little over 200 hectares for current and future aeronautical use. An example of that, we're one of the only airports in New Zealand that has enough land reserved for a full-length taxiway if it was ever acquired by the airport in future years. So yes, we have retained more than sufficient land for aeronautical purposes. I'd also say on the 100-hectare development that we're talking about on the Northern Precinct, 20 hectares that borders the runway will be, the ownership will ultimately be retained by RAL, by the airport company, and that land will essentially be leasehold that will provide support to any aeronautical growth industries, freight forwarding, whatever it might be in time to come. So I think we have been very careful about how we've thought about the protection of the core business versus land that is surplus to that core business.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Just a couple of questions, quickly following on from what you were just talking about. The speaker this morning mentioned not having access to some rent review documents that he'd usually have access to. Just quickly brushing over that.
Look, I think I suspect he would be referring to the valuation. So a normal tenant-landlord relationship, there is a rent review, the landlord will get a valuation, and that valuation is provided to the tenant. In terms of a valuation certificate, not the full valuation document, is a document that ownership is retained by the vendor, by the landlord. And then if the tenant is uncomfortable with the methodology or the valuation, then the lease provides a protection for them to seek their own valuation, and then there's an arbitration process with both valuations. In this particular case, my understanding is the tenant has not sought their own valuation.
Okay. I'll leave that there. I don't want to get into the details.
No. What I might like to add, though, and you may have seen that I left the room, we will catch up with the tenant. Our intention is to be a good landlord. There is always tension between our own aspirations and those of our tenants, but we will take this offline and we will manage it appropriately. And you have my assurance that I don't desire to have those kinds of conversations being had in public. We should deal with them, and we will.
Thank you. Quick questions around passenger numbers. In your presentation, it showed it was below budget for last year. Yet, we've heard about FIFA, we've heard about increased visitation throughout the city. So how does that correlate with a reduction in your forecast?
I think a couple of points. Firstly, bearing in mind that the majority of tourism in the Waikato is domestic tourism and is a drive market. So it's from the Upper North Island. And therefore, yes, there is some activity to fly in and out of the region, either for particular events but by far, you can't correlate the two.
Okay. And you touched on, international travel spiking up recently. Are you still having conversations around international travel for Hamilton?
We always remain, and I've said this many times, we remain absolutely receptive to those conversations. What I would say, I think I've said last year, we had not had any conversations in a number of years. What I would say to you is that, interestingly enough, there are conversations that are starting to emerge in the marketplace generally, and you may have seen some recent announcements. For argument's sake, Qantas are going to operate a much smaller Trans-Tasman aircraft, about a 90-seater. That potentially opens up opportunities for regional New Zealand that weren't there before, as it does for regional Australia. So I think we will see change happening over time. Most of those conversations are obviously commercial and sensitive in nature, but we do make a point of keeping our key shareholders advised of those conversations.
And last question, a while ago we touched on Auckland Airport flooding and the opportunity for Hamilton to step in if needed as a sister airport. Where did that land?
Look, I'm not sure that it will ever land in that sort of direct sense. What I can say to you is that we meet. In fact, we had a meeting with Auckland Airport about 6 weeks ago with the airport management. In fact, as recently as a couple of days ago, they brought down and hosted some people that may be interested in a flight school opportunity. So we have a very good working relationship with Auckland Airport, and we've been in good, strong dialogue with them over the next generation aircraft opportunities as well. So look, we certainly, I think, are fostering and strengthening that relationship with Auckland Airport.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this. Mark and Scott, thank you. It's always a pleasure to see you. I think we're seeing you slightly later. Oh, who's... Moko, my good friend. Sorry, I didn't see you.
I just did it like 10 seconds ago.
All good.
Mark, Scott, either of you can answer the question, but I'm just really wanting to know what are the economic benefits to Hamilton City Council to be a 50% shareholder?
I'm not sure that I have got a particular study that I can point to. What I would say to you is that having a strong, healthy, robust regional airport is not only is critical now to the region, and I think given the closeness of Auckland Airport and the providing a more convenient service for your ratepayers to be able to fly in and out of Hamilton is very important. I've got no doubt that there is, and whilst we don't currently have one, the most sensible part argument I could provide to you is that when the flight school was fully commissioned and up and running, it was worth about $80 million a year to the regional economy. So I think we provide, we employ around the airport 1,500 to 2,000 workers at the moment. And we've got a number of very successful, and I would like to caution that that Gary had a very genuine concern for himself this morning, but I don't want that to colour the fact that there is a very strong general aviation business, and we foster that, and on your behalf, we are ensuring that those businesses grow and thrive, and they have. So that's just one aspect, but without it, I think the region would be worse off economically, because there's no question that having, if we look into the future, having an airport that also has freight opportunities, has jet opportunities, all these aspects will happen. You know, there's a third of the population that live within an hour and a half of Hamilton Airport. So I think I'd ask you to be patient, and if we were both around, it'd be interesting to have the same question again in 10 years' time.
You'll be here.
I may not be.
Thank you. What we're going to do is take our break, because I think everybody's keen for a bathroom break. We're going to take 15 minutes, and then we'll come back and we'll actually put the final motion on the three CCO reports to receive the report, because I think there will be some debate, and I don't want to stymie that. Mark, I apologise, we're not seeing you later. Sean is managing issues on the PX agenda. So, thank you, colleagues. 15 minutes. Let's come back at 5:02, and we'll get underway then. Okay. Colleagues, we're going to kick off. We're running a few minutes behind schedule. I'm on page 15, and I intend to move the receiving of the report. So that's both Tourism Waikato and the airport. And of course, we'd already moved the first part, hadn't we, by moving those motions? Right. Excellent. So I'll move, seconded by Councillor Donovan. And now we will open it up for debate covering both Tourism Waikato and the airport company. And he looks... and the machine doesn't lie, so even though I had a tendency to give it to you, I can't, because in theory... Okay, Mayor Paula.
Never being precious about the order I speak in, as long as I speak. Thank you for, thank you for the presenters who aren't here but for the report. Just on the tourism one first, I think, it's tracking really well, but we are mindful of the fact that we did do very well at big events, and so I've had a lot of conversation with the FIFA in particular. And I do just want to say thanks to everyone involved in that, because the volunteer power of that FIFA time was amazing, and what amazing ambassadors they were for Hamilton, which won't go unforgotten. And some of them came from overseas too. Sean's team did a great job. Waikato Tourism did a great job putting us on the map. The challenge, as I've said to Sean, and he agrees, I think, is to continue to look into that space, especially in the international sporting arena that we do so well with our good quality facilities. Again, won't labour this one much, but we all know that show as a hotel is a real thing, and that's going to open up a lot more opportunities for us when we get those extra beds. The beds were tracking well, but we definitely could achieve more if we had more accommodation and we could really pitch for those bigger things where they bring larger amounts of people. So that's all I'm going to say on that one. In terms of the airport, I congratulate them on their performance to the extent it was set out in the report. There were a lot of good metrics there. There were some understandable metrics there. In terms of the strategic direction of the airport, Ewan and I attend their board meetings, and we have some robust discussions, as you can imagine. I suspect what needs to occur, Ewan, is to bring some kind of, before the LTP, as a workshop where the broader issues around the airport growth, commercial, industrial, aeronautics, etc., come to the rest of councils, because sometimes I feel perhaps we're going a little bit further ahead than we intend to. So I'll leave that with staff to design, but I do think that's something that we could legitimately do before the LTP, so that we are strategically bought into the aspirations and direction of the... What's that, Blair?
I'm not sure it links to the LTP, Mayor Paula, but I'm happy to talk
Well,
offline.
I might disagree a little bit. It's not directly a project in the LTP, but it is an underlying part of our business. Therefore, having councillors understand it would be helpful to me as a person who represents you in that area. I'm always sorry when I allow councillors to fall a bit behind, because I'm doing things on behalf and you may not know some of the conversation. So, that's it. Don't care when you do it, Blair, but let's do it and not leave it into the, make it a productive and good conversation. Thank you. Thank you.
Councillor Mulko.
Yeah, I appreciate the reports today, particularly from the Waikato Regional, from Hamilton and Waikato Tourism. I particularly enjoyed the part of the tourism report that is making some provisions for Māori businesses to participate in that space. So I was really excited to see that in the report. The majority of my debate is actually focused around the airports, and here we are once again, and I'm a little bit disappointed again at how we get treated by this airports and this business. As a 50% shareholder, I am not convinced that we are actually benefactors of that business. I think it's important that in terms of our governance duties, we need to make sure that we're submitting those annual letters of intents or whatever those, I can't remember the actual name for them, but we need to be prompt in submitting those. Short of getting any outcome from those, I think the next conversation needs to be around the selling down of our shares to the airport, in my personal opinion. I think that if we're not an actual direct benefactor of their business, I'm quite confident that somebody will step in and pick it up on behalf of the city. So I just want to make that public knowledge right now.
Councillor Andrew.
Thank you, Chair Ewan. So a simple point in relation to the Hamilton Waikato tourism report. In the absence of new hotel beds, the city needs Airbnb. So going forward, I want to avoid regulating and rating them out of the market. Thank you.
Thank you. My comments on the airport is the following. I think the shareholder structure and the shareholder constitution or the founding document is broken. And I think it was broken deliberately from day one. I think it was structured to ensure elected members had very little influence in the airport's aspirations and direction. And I think the current model of how the airport communicates with its shareholders is broken. And Mayor Paula is correct. We get to go once a year to the AGM, not to a board meeting. It's basically an AGM of shareholders where the airport company tells us what they've decided. I am not convinced that this letter that is exchanged each year has any value at all. They decided to not continue with the runway extension in perpetuity, and we didn't get a say. Now, on the other side, I'm a little conflicted. They don't talk to us, they're arrogant, in my opinion, but they're making us money. We invested $7 million, and that's now worth $115 million for the ratepayers of Hamilton. And I have a feeling over the next 5 or 6 years, the company is going to be worth even more, because guess what? It's become a property development company. I think it's totally lost focus on its core obligation to provide a long-term strategic aviation entity. And I think we saw a little glimpse of some of the tenants of the airport who own their buildings but lease the land are finding it harder and harder to survive, and maybe that's because the land is worth more else doing other things. I will support the receiving of the report. I look forward to hearing what the dividend might be this year. But I join Councillor Muku in saying, and the Mayor, we need to have a meaningful conversation, Hamilton City Councillors, about what our aspirations are and what our role is to play in this airport, because it's become a property development company. No other speakers? I have no need to add a right of reply. Tempting, another 3 minutes. I could go on, but I won't. So I'll move the motion to receive the report, seconded by Councillor Donovan. All of those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against?
The motion is carried unanimously.
Wonderful. We now move on to strategic general update. Blair, I think Mike Bennett is up first.
He is. Thank you, Chair. We're just going to keep these brief and pithy and then just take questions. So Mike's going to speak to the Economic Development Programme along with Greg.
Good afternoon, and thank you. Yes, I'll take the report as read, but I do want to highlight a positive change that since this report was written under proactive employer engagement. So this is the space that's really the backbone of a lot of our work on building relationships with Hamilton businesses that RF Khan, who's here, leads that bit of the program. We did, Chair Ewan set out some pretty direct goals that we wanted to achieve this year. And speaking back to the GM report on that monitoring, one item to update, so we're targeting to meet with 75 businesses throughout the year. The report shows us as having achieved about 60% of that target. It's actually about 80. So in the report in front of you, we met with 36 businesses up until last committee meeting, and then an additional 10 at the writing of this report. It's actually an additional 23, so credit to Arif and just really getting out there and beating the pavement and having meaningful, really good engagement. And one of the things he's come back and shared is that actually he's starting to re-meet with businesses from the first half of the year. That's not included in that number, and the reception, they're just saying, we really appreciate you taking the time to come and listen to us and talk to us. So the summary of all that work will be prepared for the 14th November meeting, and I will leave it at that.
All right, thank you very much. Colleagues, questions? Yeah, Mayor Paula.
Thank you very much for the report, and I always enjoy the economic quarterly updates and various bits and pieces that we get. It's really good to see the trends. It feels like you've got a lot of confidence in the economic sector. We did do well through that last difficult time outperforming other metros, which is good. What is your view about what's going to happen going forward?
I could tell you my view, but that's probably a tricky question if you really want a good answer.
Look at them, both of them. Which do we choose? Sorry about that. Yeah, I guess where I'm coming from. Thank you for answering the question.
If maybe Tiki just introduces, and then maybe Greg and Mike can come back and we take questions on both parts.
Yeah. Okay. So the June quarter just gone, as outlined in the presentation and in the document, was actually better than we expected. But the outlook, as you asked me, Paula, is pretty soft. There's not a lot of the economy is basically going to tick over, but it's not going to be doing a lot. We're seeing contraction and sort of pressure coming down on things like retail. We're seeing pressure on just general economic activity. Most of the growth in the economy here and across the country is more to do with there being more people here. So immigration has brought in a whole lot of new people. They are generating demand. It's not that businesses are producing more or any sort of real economic uplift. It's just that there's more people and more demand. And that is essentially what's going to keep our economy in the positive in the next sort of 12 to 18 months.
Okay, thank you. Now, do we have any other questions for Mike and Greg?
When would
Well, let's stop there, Paula. We'll cover that when she provides the report.
Right.
You'll see in her report.
I see it, I'm looking at it,
Yep,
thank you.
Yeah, but you're on the wrong item, respectfully. We were on the first part, which is Mike and Greg.
All right then.
I embrace your enthusiasm. Just hold the horses.
All good.
Okay. Colleagues, do we have any questions of Mike and Greg? Wonderful. Councillor Kerr.
Does this include this is the engagement part, right? Tertiary stuff. I just had a question with the tertiary education sector engagement stuff. With the university, I have heard, if the medical school and things does happen, that what have your conversations been,
Yeah.
what support will they be needing from council, etc.?
Great question. I think we've taken the position that we don't know, although our relationship with the Vice Chancellor's office is really, really good. So we're meeting with them. We look at business engagement, which is what I spoke about earlier, and then from the education sector, it's more of an enabler. So we're meeting with them constantly to work on how can we be better partners through the Vice Chancellor's office. What they've told us is, when we need you, we'll let you know. I think it's a bit similar to the engagement bit where we're in a wait and see. So in a month, I think we'll have a very clear idea, and we're just positioning ourselves to be there ready to have that conversation when and if it becomes necessary.
Perfect. And with the employer engagement, I note the 3 areas that you focus on. So it excludes, retail businesses and things. Is that right?
Correct. So our 3 areas are really, I mean, we'll meet with anyone really, but we're focusing that engagement on what we identified at the beginning of the triennium as our focus areas for growth. So obviously like logistics, huge opportunities there, tech and innovation. Doesn't mean we're not interested in hospitality. I think we went back and amended our kind of 3-year goal. Probably not the best space for us. I think the HBCA, and you could see they're really active in that space. That said, we did have an opportunity through Councillor Mark to what I guess I would call a retail business that had an interest in Hamilton. We kind of took the stewardship of that for a day, linked in the Central City person, brought in Stark Company and Mike Neal, who was here. So yeah, we're active in that space when we need to be, but the others are more of our targeted sectors.
All right, makes sense.
Yep.
Thank you.
Excellent. Councillor Mark.
Chair. G'day, Mike. Hey, in terms of the, call it customer engagement with our business fraternity, it's a 2-part question. Do you have the capacity to act in terms of like follow-up post-meeting and stuff like that? Like there's plenty of room there for the team, Arif and Luciana that are out there doing the work. They've still got
Absolutely,
capacity.
yep. That's a big part of the program is the initial meeting, and then Arif had mentioned to me what he's finding is now that he's going back to those that he met in March and April, the reception, it's a bit like we've won them over and that trust is building, and we're just basically starting that ongoing conversation. So the intent, we don't want it to be a tick box, it is genuine relationship building.
Yeah, that's good. That satisfies my second part of my question.
I've got a question, but I'll let Councillor Emma go first.
So just a quick one. Seeing that you're focusing on the 3 key growth areas of manufacturing, logistics and agri-technology, etc. How are we supporting the healthcare sector? Is that a focus for us as well, especially given increased migration and things?
It absolutely is. I think speaking back to the point of the 3 that you mentioned in terms of employers, and then education and healthcare as enablers of just being the kind of community that people want to come to, that businesses want to invest in. The healthcare bit has been what we now are actively working on. I think a lot will play out and might be determined in the next month of how we engage in that sector. But it is one that I think of all of them is probably the hardest. So that at a government level, is that more, working with our consenting team, we are seeing a lot of investment in ancillary support areas around, like the blood center or dialysis investment in those operations. So I think more to come. I think I'll table that for November and have a better overview of that for you then.
Thank you, that'd be great.
Thanks, Mike and Greg. Look, I have a couple of questions, and I wonder if you could sort of bind them all together in your answer. Really good report. I'd be interested to hear your salient points on logistics opportunities. I'd like a bit of a more detail on Cultivate Trust. And finally, I'm excited to see we're more engaging and pursuing Maori economy opportunities. Walk me through things we can be doing there.
Okay. With the logistics space, I've actually had really, really good engagement with those that have just opened and are recently new. In fact, I won't commit them to a date, but Kmart's really keen to host all of us there. They've just asked that get through the busy season. So sometime in the new year, we're going to have an outing similar to ones that we've had to understand that. In the feedback that's come from that engagement, again, led by Luciana and Arif, is that they've been really pleasantly surprised at the engagement from workforce. So I can't recall the exact numbers, but effectively they had no shortage of talent applying for those jobs and really had to pick. So that tells me that we're, from a workforce perspective, able to continue to grow that space. And then it's a matter of working with the growth programs manager for Ruakura, together with TGH and others, to really get out there and sell our value proposition and be a partner in that. Cultivate Trust is another one that really important for us in terms of that proactive engagement and communication, specifically around tech. So if you recall, Tech in the Tron was a pilot project that launched last year, really well received. It proved, a bit on a shoestring budget for them, that there was a need in that space. And so Luciana and our team has been spending about 50% of her time the last month or two really helping to take that project to the next level. And I've just gotten confirmation from the chairs that 14 November will be part of the agenda to present an update on that. The launch or relaunch, or I guess turbo boosting of that platform is probably going to be ready before November 14, but probably sooner. And really what it's trying to do is empower that community to help us stand out as a location of choice for tech talent, and then also telling our story for more businesses to come here. And then very finally on the Maori economic development piece, I haven't yet met with Wirihana that has been added in council, but him and I missed opportunities, but we will meet this week to kind of begin to put together what that means, and then anticipating a new GM in that space. But aside from that, Arif has been leading engagement with people like Trina from Waikato Tainui's Economic Development Group, really just getting the relationships in place, waiting till we have that GM, and then launching in that space.
Thank you. Greg, do you want to add anything? Because I know this is your department. Your thoughts, anything you want to add before we bring up Tiki?
I think Mike's covered it well there. Yep.
Okay. Well, thank you. No other, sorry, Councillor Cash.
Just because the question was asked earlier in the meeting, and I'm just interested in whether your team have heard anything around car parking. With your employer engagement, we've heard of, is it an issue? I've heard of GPs and such, reluctant to open practices because of reduced parking. Is that what you're hearing on the ground, or not really?
I haven't heard that. What I've heard a lot of is transport in general is on the mind of businesses in terms of wanting as many ways as possible to access. We're talking Central City particularly. Yeah. We did engage with Regional Council with two of their experts to talk about how we can help in that space, and that program of work is building, because we do, probably the number one comment we get from employers around the city when we meet with them is related to transport, and keying them into both Matt on the transport team here and also Regional Council on Public Transit, how they can be part of that conversation to flesh out what the actual issues or needs are. But I haven't heard that specific point you've made.
Good to know. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Colleagues, we're now moving on to the second limb, of which there are three. So economic update. Slides, Tiki?
I'm back.
You're back.
I'll just do one plug and then I'll leave the time for questions. Our June quarterly economic report was released this morning. It's live on our website. You should have PDF copies sent to you, and you are very welcome to share that and to any of your networks. But otherwise, I'll leave it for questions.
I wondered just through the chair, Tiki, whether it may be worth just adding a commentary around Hamilton Waikato performance relative to New Zealand Inc., because I know you've touched on it in the past and probably still relevant comment.
Yes, absolutely. New Zealand as a whole has generally tracked underneath where we have, or we've tracked above New Zealand in most indicators, and that remains true this quarter as well. Some of the other metros have seen little bounce backs, which means we're not the leading metro this time around for everything, but generally we're tracking really well against New Zealand stuff. And as I said before, like the June quarter was surprisingly good. We had good economic activity, we had good levels of spending. All of those sorts of things were much, much better than I expected to see. But we've also got to kind of take the sunglasses off for the next 12 months in terms of what's coming.
Colleagues, opening up for questions. Mayor Paula, you had... No, it's all right. It's all been answered? All right, any other... I'm going to ask a question, but it's really a comment. Do you think small to medium-sized businesses in Hamilton realise how valuable the information you produce every month and how they could use that to help them guide their own business decisions in an incredibly challenging economic times?
So one of my targets is to link into Don and the chamber to try and support that, because, you know, we have this information and, as you said, it's useful. So trying to really get it out there is big.
And it's bespoke for Waikato. It's such a tool, so valuable, in my opinion. Right, okay, no other questions? Oh, Councillor Emma, sorry.
Sorry. Thank you, Chair. Just understanding the labour market pressures that have been easing, is there any breakdown of the skill level that's coming through or for those positions filled, or?
No, we just get a high level employment number at this time of the year. There is some data with around immigration generally for New Zealand, but it doesn't break it down Hamilton specific. But from the surveys and stuff of the market, skilled labour is still really hard to come by, especially in certain sectors where it's very specific skills that they're seeking.
And is there any indication of people exiting the labour market? Yeah, I know overall we're increasing, but are we seeing who's exiting as well?
So we have seen more from an exiting the country perspective. We don't get a breakdown of who on a quarterly basis. It's usually the annual data that we can go back and dig into. So we have seen that there was quite a young tranche of people in that sort of 20 to 35 year age group were leaving Hamilton and the country generally. And obviously that has implications, but there was also a slightly older age group that were too. We haven't got any data for like right now. It's a little bit aged, but that was the general trend we were seeing earlier in the year.
So when do we get that data, or can we?
We should have some new data, I believe, in October, November for population estimates, Anne? Yes, sorry, we're also doing a research project. Andy and the team's doing a research project in the Stats New Zealand Data Lab that's looking at immigration into Hamilton, internal migration. So who's coming in, what sort of skills they have, what kind of age groups we're talking about. So there's a big piece of work that the team's undertaking that should start to, it will take a while to get through all the data and clean it up, but they're looking at that at the moment.
Cool, thank you.
Councillor Anna Casey-Cox.
Just a quick question. Related to the immigration discussion, I guess I'm just conscious there's a lot of media around new migrants and the treatment of them in New Zealand. And I wondered, are you doing any work to sort of, I guess, keep up with that kind of thing happening in Hamilton, where people might face, you know, quite significant exploitation if not, you know, if we're not watching? So, yeah, just any comment on that?
We don't have any oversight of that. I'm not sure if any other parts of council really do. Immigration generally for Hamilton or for a small region is quite hard to get data on, because once people come into the country, they disperse and we don't often know where they go unless it was indicated on their sort of visa or their arrival. So we don't, I'm sorry, have a lot of information on that space.
I think Sean Murray, you've got the last phase of the presentation, H3. Thanks, Tiki and Greg.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I don't have any PowerPoint or presentation, and hopefully you've had a chance to look at the report that we prepared for you, which is effectively our year-end report for 2022-23. If I refer you to page 145, you'll see our sort of key metrics in terms of how we've measured ourselves for the number of events, number of hire days, number of attendees that have attended various things across the H3 venues, and we've generally pretty much delivered a record year in terms of the level of activity that we've had, obviously with a few intense periods with that. I would remind you that this report does not cover the main FIFA tournament that we've just had that started in July. So the actual results and what we see from FIFA itself will present itself in upcoming reports. However, it does include the FIFA playoff event that happened in February earlier this year, which was actually very successful, just as successful, I suspect, as the main event itself when it occurred. If I also draw your attention to the next page, 146, you'll see a bit of a waterfall chart there, which will give you, or two waterfall charts, which will give you an idea of how our budget has travelled for actual trading at the venues themselves. And we've gone from a budget of just over 7 million in revenue to achieving 10.8 million just for trading revenue, not fixed income. And you'll see that despite all the action that we've been experiencing at FMG Stadium, Claudeland still actually had a very healthy result in terms of its growth in business as well at the same time. And whilst we were focused on FIFA earlier this year, just as we were in July, August, Claudeland's, despite everything, was still pretty busy. There was still a lot of things going on there. And then if you look down at the second waterfall slide, you'll see the breakdown that we provided for you, once again to give you an idea of where the business is sort of actually coming from in terms of the growth that we had. Obviously, some performance activity has slackened off a bit, as has the exhibition market, but we do sort of see that coming back. And in terms of performance activity, there's some pretty big macro issues that are taking place that don't necessarily have a lot to do with Hamilton itself or the H3 operation. And then if I direct you towards page 147, where you'll see a summary of the revenue. The revenue is posted at 11.1 million because we have fixed income from rentals, corporate advertising, things like that we sell as well. I'd stress that that is a record figure. We will really struggle to achieve that again. We're going to do pretty well this year that we're just in now, however, but that will be a very hard one to break back into because it has been an extraordinary year with a lot of extraordinary activity that was not part of our original budgets. I'd also highlight to you that that revenue does not include the revenue that we generate for the hospitality services and some of the other audio-visual services that are contracted out. So if you look at what our sales teams actually do, it's probably actually north of 20 million in actual sales that they are achieving, and I think we just do the net in terms of the revenue there. And I guess what this all comes down to at an operating level, if you go down to our direct operating figure, we've actually aligned. We've actually come in at around 1.67 million ahead of plan, and once again that's an extraordinary year. And I need to thank you for your support with that and other players right across the city, but also the staff and the teams that have been supporting us. The next page that is on there really is a bit of a snapshot on a couple of events where we have undertaken some surveys or studies so that we have an understanding of what the economic value add is from a specific event. And if you look at the HSBC Sevens that we had earlier this year in January, you'll just get an idea of the number of attendees, close to 23,000. of which 14,500 came from outside the city and the region. Generated around 20,000 visitor nights and expenditure of around $3.7 million. So this is really just to give you an idea of the hard economic value add that is actually delivered from one event. The cost-benefit ratio, which is the last line that you'll see on these things here of 140, it's a difficult one for people to sometimes understand, but basically what that is that for every dollar that an event organisation or organiser or promoter puts in to staging the event here in Hamilton, it generates another $40 to the local economy. So that gives you an idea. So whilst we talk about H3 and what we do and everything else, we still charge. But the people who bring the business to us, they're the ones that actually put their risk on the line for it, and they make profit, or usually make a profit. But the reality is they are also delivering a lot of additional business to the broader Hamilton economy, which is where the true value lies, and not necessarily in our set of accounts. And the Foodstuffs Expo we put in there just to give you an example of a one-off private event that was invitation only to people who work for Foodstuffs or their suppliers. But that one-off private event, you can see it's quite significant in terms of what it generates. If I talk about, I mentioned the future is looking quite rosy in terms of our forward book. We are going, as I speak, we are going through a slight lull, and everyone's getting a chance to catch up on all their time in lieu, because a lot of people did a lot of extra hours over the last few months. We actually got up to over 7,000 hours worth of time in lieu, where people work for an hour and then they get an hour back to take it sometime. We're quite flexible. We have to be. So we're getting a lot of catch up on that, but we are about to go back into late September into October, November, back into heavy conference and convention mode. So there's quite a bit on there. There was a bit of discussion this morning earlier on this morning, with Hamilton Waikato Tourism on the hotels. It's a never-ending saga. I would want to stress that, and I've said this numerous occasions, but I feel I need to keep repeating it. Whilst the hotel or commercial accommodation shortage does affect us, the demand, the real true demand for commercial accommodation is not by events. The real demand that's unsatisfied is the regular business traffic, the corporate travellers and so forth. And they're the ones that are missing out, just as events are. Events are a one-off, they spike, they're a big hit, and then they come into town and disappear. We're definitely losing some events still, but I do want to stress it's actually the underlying business of business travellers, corporate travellers, leisure travellers that actually justifies the case for hotel development. We can't hang our hat on just events. Having said that, this morning I had a look through, one of my people sent me a confidential note about an event that he's trying to get here in the first week in November. It's international in scale. It'll bring in, if it came here, it'll bring in 9 teams for 9 days, as well as all the people who participate. He's fighting for it. I don't think we'll get it at all because we simply don't have the accommodation. We have everything else that the organisers need. They love us, but we just don't have the room. So on the plus side, however, you may have seen a news release that came out this morning for the 2023 Pacific Cup Rugby League Grand Final that is coming to Hamilton on Saturday the 4th of November. And that's going to be, so we'll have another full house rugby league event at FMG, which is quite exciting. Our sole driver in terms of working really hard to get that event coming to Hamilton is to keep Councillor Moko happy and off our back. So we're still winning a few. So at the next meeting of this committee, we'll be doing our next quarterly report for the year we've just started. But at that meeting, I'm hoping to have a more fuller report for you on FIFA, on the main event that occurred here, so you have a greater understanding what that economic value add was and some of the broader impacts of that. So we're still waiting for stuff to come out of central government and from the FIFA organisation where they're collating everything on a national basis, and then we feed in what they've had. But we'll also have a lot of information for you about, particularly about a number of the legacy items that have remained in Hamilton as a result of the event that are not necessarily financial. Happy to take questions. Sorry I was a bit long.
No, it was a good summary. Colleagues, I've got Mayor Southgate.
Thank you, Chair Ewan. Thanks, Sean, for the report, as always, very interesting and well set out. In terms of, you're right about the business events, so in terms of what you're doing to attract more business-related conferences, can you make a comment on that one first, please?
Look, that work we do is just ongoing and continual. Our sales team that's out there working on drumming up business for conferences and conventions or functions or whatever, that's just continually ongoing. And when those individual events happen, it's long past their horizon. They're working 2 or 3 years out. So the team at the moment, yes, they're getting a lot of short notice bookings that they're processing for things, but their real focus is on clients who are looking at the end of 2024 into 2025. So it's just an ongoing role, and that's not abating at all. The team really focus on their targeted market, where they have a very clear picture of how they can talk to them and deal with them directly, and then they use Hamilton Waikato Tourism, who can do a broader sort of a net, and then the team can focus in. If they pick up anything in that wide net, then the team can focus in on those people. So they do work quite closely together on that.
And a comment about, you've got the venues. How are we going with being able to extend the use? Because you and I had a chat about this, about extending the use of Claudelands in terms of outdoors and the pavilion-y thing. And
yeah, so look, the reality is we're just always up for anything, pretty much, you know. And if we can find anything that will go in our outdoor spaces or indoor spaces and find a format that suits a customer or be creative, we will do it. We have a big outdoor concert coming in the new year that's already been booked that we're all aware of. We are working on a couple of events that are yet to be announced in the arena that will draw a fair number of people. So look, it's ongoing, but it is hard because the promoters we deal with, they take on big financial risk. And so they have to have confidence that the Hamilton market will deliver and will perform, or that the strength of their offer is going to generate people to come down from Auckland. So, look, I would just say it's just ongoing. We have the luxury of actually having, if we talk about Claudelands in particular, it's unique in New Zealand. It has I've said this before, its category of spaces all on one site is unique. An arena, conference centre, exhibition space, major outdoor oval that can take 30,000 people, all on one site, all within a few minutes walk of downtown, with good car parking, is quite unique. So that's a real strength for us. But I have to say, we're also future-proofed in that we've still got plenty of room and space. I'm not coming to you and saying we need more conference rooms or conference spaces at all. We still have a lot of capacity to grow if we can find people that want to come at the time when those rooms are empty. But we do increasingly find that we're hitting up on dates, and that is at times on the peak periods that is becoming a challenge.
thank you.
Councillor Mark.
Thanks, Chair Ewan. I've got a 3-part question for you, Sean. First of all, on the accommodation front, have we ever considered billeting teams? Just joking.
We haven't, but sports groups do. National sports champs, which are big business for the city, they do it all the time. And I never say no to gym sports or high school rugby or, you know, at the national level. That's actually really good business for this town, even though we might think it's all very amateur and it's not the All Blacks, but they're really important for us. So.
And then the next 2 questions. With FIFA having been here, and I know it's not accounted for completely in this report, but do you think the level of hospitality in terms of our food and beverage offering will help raise the bar going forward?
I would like to think so. If you look at the FIFA machine when it came in, and I think you might be referring to their hosting that they did at FMG Stadium, that was very prescriptive and very standard across all the venues across New Zealand and Australia. they absolutely lifted the bar in terms of this, what was required. And the really good thing for Montana, who looked after Hamilton in our instance, was that it lifted the bar in terms of their staff. So the staff performance and expectation of their staff was lifted as well. It wasn't just about the food.
Yeah.
And because the food's easy, Montana do that food standard quite often. The issue that we've got, though, is you do not want to know how much that cost on a per-person basis. So it's expensive. And once again, the level of food service, the standard of the food offering and everything else will always be determined by what the client is prepared to pay. And in FIFA's case, they were prepared to pay.
Yep. And then my third question is on Moko's favourite topic, food and beverage, other than rugby league, is are we considering are we looking strategically at about how we can support local suppliers through the H3 model into some of these stadia? Because it's a model that works in other cities.
Yeah.
And I don't think we... Sorry, I'll let you answer the question.
Yeah, no, look, we are working with local suppliers a lot. I think a lot of the food provision is sourced locally where we can. Some of the issue is that local suppliers doesn't always necessarily mean better in some instances. It doesn't always mean cheaper. And it doesn't always, quite often local suppliers, although they can hit those other 2 points, quite often can't actually handle the volume of supply in a confined point of time. So you imagine a sit-down dinner, silver service dinner for 1,000 people in the arena. That's a lot of pork chops to provide in one hit.
Yeah.
You know, so that's where the challenge of local supply hits.
Yeah.
I think you're probably alluding to craft beer, and that tends to be that tends to be very much controlled by the organiser of the event, who in turn are very much under the thumb of their arrangements with sponsors. So at FIFA, for example, we all got to have experience Budweiser. And so same with rugby, same with league even, they have national arrangements with breweries and so forth. But we do try to push local product a lot, and Montana do where they can. It is certainly in the ethic that we deploy is recruiting locally.
How often is that Montana... sorry. Yep, no, I'll get out of there. No, I'll come back to debate.
Councillor Anna Casey-Cox.
Kia ora, Sean. Just a question around when we're out talking with the community groups, often the question is, or the concern is around the affordability of Claudelands for community organisations. And I just noticed that as Claudelands develops and the revenue increases, is there a potential that there could be more certainty around a community rate for community groups and organisations?
Look, it depends on what the community group is, and that I can tell you now, and I think some of you have experienced it, where a community group comes to us and says, hey, we want to do something, but we need a little bit of help. We give them some help, but we have to balance that against what's already booked, what the demand factor is for commercial activity at that time, and so forth. So we do give help a lot for one-off type things. And the problem, however, that people have is that these are expensive venues to actually operate and be in. So I can say, we will give you 50% off the room hire rate to make it helpful, but they've still got to pay for audio-visual, cleaning, security, and that's where it just gets unaffordable. It's not necessarily our direct cost, it's the safety provision costs and things like that that you wouldn't normally have in a community space and whatever. So that's where it does get challenging. Sometimes we have had some big success, and I'll point to Kapahaka, various Kapahaka groups in particular, where we have been able to work with them and demonstrate to them that they actually can do it affordably if they just work out the right model in terms of how they do it and how they charge. So we've had a lot of success with some of those sort of groups.
It might be appropriate to remind the committee that H3 made an overall $20,490,000 deficit.
Yeah, I was aware of that. I wasn't sure how much of that was Claudelands, though. Is that... 'Cause it wasn't
Oh,
broken up.
that's the total of all all
Yeah,
the
that's all
venues.
three, yeah.
And that includes finance charge, depreciation, and other recharges for council.
Councillor Cash and Maxine afterwards.
I just had two quick questions, just following on from Anna. Does H3 measure the amount of help that you're giving community?
Sorry, I'm just getting back into my thing. No, I think we've been a bit guilty of not measuring that or keeping a track on it. It's always a case by case. Something's popped up. Yes, we can fit that in. Yes, but we've never really measured it.
Okay.
On that.
Just quickly, Western Springs, I heard, is not opened or experiencing difficulty. I'm assuming your team's all over that in terms
Oh,
of...
yeah.
Yep, okay.
Yeah, as is a lot of other Auckland venues.
Yep.
Councillor Maxine.
We are coming to some time constraints, so I'll be really brief about this. Mayor Paula talked a little bit earlier about conferencing and your answers with regard to availability and the business that you're chasing around that. What kind of impact has the opening of the new Christchurch to Pi had on interest that we might be fielding here in Hamilton? Do we get a lot of...
Yeah, no, look, we've got Te Pai in Christchurch, and we also have the new convention centre that's opened in Wellington, and they have definitely presented some competitive pressure for us. One of the things to remember, however, is that a lot of the conference organisations and, large conventions or whatever, they actually like to rotate around and move around. So we've benefited from Christchurch not really having much on for a number of years. They now have a place. Similarly for Wellington with their place. But so yes, we've had some competitive pressure. We've had instances, however, where we've won against those two venues because of the configuration of Claudelands. Not because they're not as flash or as clever in design and everything else, but just because of the workability and the functionality. And that's where our niche is that functionality. So yes, it's been competitive and it's caused us a little bit of grief. But having said that, we're sort of reasonably comfortable that we can work through that.
Okay, yeah. Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Yeah. And Sean, I was just reminded by Blair, that's how it was designed.
Absolutely.
Right? It was a deliberate design to have that flexibility and functionality, because we knew that's where the gap was.
Okay.
For those of us who were there when we put that together. Right, I think that's it. Thank you very much, Sean. So we've got the motion is simply to receive the three reports. I'll move, seconded by Councillor Mark. We'll open it up for debate. I'll quickly go just with, I am absolutely delighted at the quality of the reports we get back from Mike and his team and Greg. The team are out there in the economic development area working really hard and trying to gather information, and I think that's particularly beneficial. I want to add my thanks to Tiki and those who are involved behind the scenes and helping in the research and putting all of this data together and collating the data. It is a wonderful, informative insight in what's going on economically in the Waikato and in Hamilton. And businesses in this great city can access it for free. And it helps them manage their business, and it helps them manage and understands the economy. H3 for me is a perfect example about why local government should be in that sort of activity, because it doesn't make money. If you measure it simply on a cash in, cash out, it loses 20 million, and that's a good year. We're celebrating it. We thought it was going to lose 21 million. But if you take the economic analysis and the benefit that the city derives from it, it's worth every cent of that investment. Plus, we can't unbuild the assets we've got, but we do have to maintain them, and that's something to keep in mind looking at the LTP as we move forward. So thank you for all three of the reports. Councillor Emma.
I also want to echo the sentiment and thanks for the team for the report. I also am always interested in seeing this data and seeing how we're tracking as a city. And I want to thank Arif and Louisiana for their incredible work they're doing with our businesses. And I always hear really great feedback on the ground in terms of our engagement with council. So I think that's a reflection of your work. My questions around the labour market were ones that I've asked before, but I think it's important to attain more refined data on that, to have a better understanding of what types of markets we're servicing and or need to better serve, but also how we can provide further support to retain that quality talent we have managed to attract to our city so we don't lose that investment and we're not just training up people and then losing them to other cities or other countries. And I'll just finish by thanking Sean and the H3 and events team for the work they do. And as Councillor Ewan said, that $40 economic return on the $1 shows how crucial the work they do is to our city and our ratepayers. So thank you.
Excellent. Councillor Mark.
Thank you, Chair Ewan. Thanks to the team for the report. Insightful as always, and thank you, Sean, for your comments and answering our questions. Echoing Chair Ewan's comments as well, you know, the business we are in is a very good way to coin, you know, exactly what it is council does and how we can help out in the community. Look, I'm going to make 3 points, and they're all going to be fairly sports related. Sports and recreation are the things that bind us in terms of bringing a community together. And when I say it binds us, I mean, I'm not talking about the glamorous Chiefs playing at FMG Stadium and you know, going close to winning a Super Rugby final. It comes down to the pie and the Coke at the club rooms on a Saturday afternoon. You know, a lot of that stuff's gone missing of late, and I think that sport and recreation is going to, done the right way, is going to bring all of that back. And when we've got that coming back, we've got social harmony. And that is going to go a long way to fixing a number of problems that we have out in the community. I'll reiterate my first point: winners put bums on seats. And if we've got a sporting fraternity that are doing well in their sports, then we're going to get people out and about spending and having a great time. And it comes down to exactly what my colleague, Councillor Emma, touched on: $1 for 40. Let's make it $1 for 50 and keep going. Let's not be satisfied with just the 40. So thank you to the team for the report, and as you can see, I'm obviously quite passionate about sports.
Wonderful. We wouldn't have known that unless you told us. Mayor Southgate, and then Cash.
Thank you. Thank you. In terms of the economic development, excellent report, as you say, and having it all those metrics in one place is just one of the most usable products that we have. I use it when I talk to almost anybody anywhere when they ask me how it's going. So well done to staff on that. Of course, that doesn't mean we sit on our hands and don't go tenaciously and boldly after the next economic development windfall. We should be trying to attract businesses here. We should be quite aggressive about that, in my particular view. So we should go out looking for them and tell them what we've got, bring them down here, show them, and persuade them. And I know the staff do work on that, but that's something we need to consider when we come into long-term plan resourcing to make sure that our staff have some capacity. In terms of events, well done to H3 for the way they manage the events. It continues to be a strong model. I am very interested in how we bring more business down here, but in a business plus kind of way, Sean, so that it's your conference plus additional entertainment. Just let me say you got great feedback. I got great feedback about your venue and your staff through things like the Dragon Boats and the National Marching Champs and things that I've attended there. I am really interested in how we use the whole set of assets, looking forward to the Summer Series concert, which I've always attended in Taupō and once in Whitianga. I do feel for Coromandel losing this at this time, but it is now the time for us to showcase that we do outside events really well as well. So, you know, as well. And I'm not saying steal it off Coromandel. The media asked me that last time, are you going to steal it off Coromandel? Of course, you know, you're not going to do that, but it means that we can also play a part in that outside entertainment. And there's all sorts of little bits that could be better used. Look, Claudelands, I get asked about it, you know, not washing its face, last sentence, Ewan, not washing its face and so on. This asset was built, it's to the best standard. It's there, it's standing there. It's working really hard, so all we can do now is to stop talking about that and talk about how we make it work the hardest it can to keep increasing the revenue and the other benefits, as you rightly say, the social and other benefits that brings to our city. We just got to keep making it work hard. Thank you.
I just wanted to touch on a few points. Thank you again to the team for their engagement in the business and health sector. Touch on the importance of supporting our university and whatever their future plans are. They have announced a new pharmacy school. I can't remember which year, not next year, I think the year after. And then depending on the election, maybe even a new medical school. So, you know, it's important that council supports their future vision and helps where we can. In terms of engagement with the health sector, I've heard of 2 sites now where GP clinics have been planned, but GPs are reluctant to sign lease agreements due to reduced parking, which is due to our district plan provisions, we don't provide enough parking for patients to attend their clinic visits. So that's where I see some conflict between the different policies with us trying to enable the health sector to grow here. 2 other quick points. H3, well done on the result. I do think it's important that we measure that community assistance and how much benefit we are providing to the community, because that's good for transparency-wise. And we didn't talk about it today, but our visitor destinations have done amazingly well. It said up 59% on visitation year on year, and every visitor destination is up on their retail sales as well. So I just wanted to say well done to the team and good job. Thank you.
Right, I'll move the motion that we receive the reports, seconded by Councillor Mark. All those in favour say aye. Those against?
Carried unanimously.
Excellent. We are now whizzing along to item 9. Colleagues, we're going to go until we, Nicholas, join us, until we complete this. I know it's 1 o'clock, but we're going to... So, her singing is just magnificent. I don't know why she doesn't have a career in singing. Item 9, Nicholas, we're in your hands.
Thank you, Mr Chairman. I'm joined for this item by Scott Bicknell, who is a Senior Development Manager at Veros and the author of the report that's appended to this staff report. So effectively, with the withdrawal of those parties who were promoting the affordable housing development at Sonning, now of course Opoia, and I apologise for the error in the report name, but it was written in advance of the decision, so you'll understand that. With their withdrawal, that gave us an opportunity to reevaluate what was the best use for the land. Veros were charged with identifying feasible development proposals or feasible options, and then analysing those through a multi-criteria analysis process, which included, of course, valuation, council aspiration, alignment with strategies and policies, and so forth and so on, and determining which were the most practical, viable options. As a result of that process, the mixed development that is being promoted in the staff recommendation, option 5 of the Veros report, which includes enhanced open public space together with some form of commercial development on the site, came out as the best option for the land. Now, I just point out that this is a very high-level analysis, and the diagrams in the plan are just that. They're diagrammatic. They're giving an indication, but we're not saying that 50% of the land must be reserved and 50% must be developed or anything of that nature. So too the costings that are attached to each of those options are again very, very high level, but just intended to give the decision makers a sense of where they sort of sit in terms of retaining value or relinquishing value on this land. But Scott will be able to answer any questions that you have around the granularity of those figures. So I think that's all I really need to say, Mr. Chairman.
No, we've got a motion and an amendment. A motion was moved by myself and Councillor Mark. And I know Councillor Anna Casey-Cox and the Deputy Mayor have an amendment. And I understand that's all been circulated. Everybody's got a copy?
That's the one I got last night, right? Is this the one I got yesterday? Yes, perfect. Yes, it has been circulated to everybody late last night. Sorry.
So it's been circulated.
Of course I can.
Yep. So actually, why don't we increase the font a little? Basically, Wilson Donovan is the staff's recommendation. Anna Casey-Cox is Anna. Councillor Anna, would you like to explain just what your difference is? Because it's not significant.
Well, it's probably more significant than people might realise. So it's basically just instead of suggesting an option, even though it's in principle only, it's leaving it more open so that when we, as it says as well, engage with mana whenua, we're going with more of an open book or discussion than not. And from what I understand of that relationship, and I'm no expert, to go open, especially when the land is of such significance, would make more sense to me.
Okay, now you're getting into the debate. I just wanted the difference.
I was just describing.
Okay. So the motion and the amendment. I have a question, if I could, of the amendment. Your amendment does not, however, the amendment does not negate development.
Don't believe so, no,
Right.
but it positions it as something we would figure out together.
But you realise that if it wasn't to involve a development, there would have to be revocation.
Yes, Amy explained that to me.
All right.
Yep.
So just so that we're absolutely clear, your amendment would still have to, in theory, embrace development. If not, there would have to be revocation.
Yes, I understand that. The word development, does it have a particular definition in this instance?
Well, it does, because that's the original motion. The original motion that council had gone out with was to develop.
Yeah, no, but it wasn't defined as a particular kind of development, right?
Yes.
Is that the difference though between housing development or green space development? Is that what you're trying to?
Yeah,
Right.
well, no, because it's commercial development. Yeah. So it looks like we might need a bit of work on the amendment. But meanwhile, at least we know there's a motion and there's an amendment. We'll have a bit of a discussion once we've gone through the next phase and we can start asking some questions. And we might need to take just a bit of a break to give you an opportunity to work through your amendment. So Nicholas, let's continue on, maybe introduce your colleague and walk us through the next phase.
Yes, thank you. So Scott is from Veros Property Partners. He has been charged with identifying the development options or the potential options for the site. There are 6 of those. They range from status quo, leave it as is, through to enhancing the status quo, which is effectively putting some amenity onto the existing car park operation, through to a mixed use incorporating open public space and commercial development, and that fundamentally is potentially either, I'm going to just use the terms front and back. So the high value development area is obviously, if you're talking about residential apartments or a hotel, it's that part of the site that overlooks the river and has river frontage. And the back, if you like, is that corner between the overpass, River Road, and the railway line. So front and back could be either open or developed. Then you have, if you like, the sort of the 2 extreme options. One is complete open public space, just turn it into a reserve or a park or some form of open public space without any form of commercial development. And at the other end of that spectrum is full commercial development, which was effectively the Project Corrimako proposal, the Nightingale proposal, the 262 affordable housing units proposal, which is the current council resolution for the land. So Scott has looked at those 6 options and, as I say, ran it through a multi-criteria analysis, which has been summarised in the report but can be spoken to in detail, and ranked those options. And the option that has come out on top is this mixed-use development, which effectively uses the back corner of the site for for commercial development, and leaves the front area to be enhanced as public open space, acknowledging, of course, the Apoya Pa history in that process. And as I say, the specifics of all of that are open to debate and analysis and future design. They are very much high level, indicative only at this stage. But happy to take any questions.
Excellent. Colleagues, questions? I have a couple just to get things underway as people were hesitating. Nicholas, can you just confirm right now, is there any official lodgement of a Treaty Waitangi claim regarding this piece of land?
No. As far as we understand, the claim has been, it's been indicated to council that the claim is pending, but it hasn't as yet been lodged.
Right. And could you remind us, who are the who's attached to that claim?
Yes. So my understanding, and again, I'm getting this secondhand. My understanding is that it's a claim that is being put forward by Ngāti Wairere, and will be led by their chief negotiator, Mr. Hayden Solomon.
Understand. And any result of that claim, the parties involved, who are the parties involved?
That will be a claim in the Waitangi Tribunal, and will be between the claimant, Ngāti Wairere, and the Crown. Right. And those are the parties to that process. At one level, the council is absolutely free to continue to do anything it likes with the land. You can make any decision that you think is appropriate, and we can carry on regardless. Yeah. At some point, the claim will be lodged, and at some point the claim will be, the tribunal will make a determination as to whether or not to hear that claim and investigate that claim. And if they decide to do that, then ultimately there will be a determination made. And that determination could be any one of a number of things. But ultimately it will be for the Crown to provide redress if redress is required. So under that scenario, and we are sort of very much crystal ball gazing here, because we're looking out into a future that could be 12 months, 16 months, 2 years, 10 years away. Under that scenario, if the tribunal asserted that there was a legitimate claim, they could either award monetary compensation or compensation in the form of land. They can't compel the council to hand over what is effectively freehold land in council's ownership, nor can they compel the council to sell that land to the Crown in order for the Crown to then hand that land over to Ngāti Wairere. But what is worth bearing in mind is that decisions made around this table over the use of the land ultimately will affect its value. And if we are looking at 5 years' time, say, selling the land to the government so that the government can make the land available to Ngāti Wairere, at the moment it's valued on a best and highest basis. If we decide to turn it into open public space, then obviously that seriously affects the underlying value of the land, and suddenly it's not a $7 million proposition, it's a $2 million proposition. Now, I mean, all of that is very much in the future and could play out in any one of a number of ways. I suppose really all the point I'm making is that decisions around use of the land have a very material impact on value.
So, if I can, in terms of the legal advice that the city has received about the ownership of the land, could you just remind us exactly what that is? And secondly, has the legal advice gone as far as commenting on the likelihood or the legitimacy of a Waitangi Claims Tribunal process?
Yes. So in answer to the first question, part of the question, the legal advice is as I have outlined. Effectively, council is absolutely entitled to treat with the land in any way it sees fit. We are the undisputed owners of the land, and we can sell it, we can develop it, we can turn it into a park, we can turn it into high residential dwellings, we can do what we like with it. That's the legal advice. In terms of the, and this is Tompkins Wake's view on the likelihood or success of a treaty claim, their view is that the Waitangi Tribunal has no jurisdiction to hear a claim on that land.
Thank you. All right. I see Councillor Andrew.
Thank you, Chair Ewan. Jesmond Park, the archaeological reports emphasised that site as having better archaeological remnants. What direction would you need from this council to include that in discussions with Mana Whenua to give you an alternative for commemorating the past site on that land?
Thank you. I'll just two parts. I wouldn't characterise it as having better archaeological heritage. I'd say it's been less munted, for want of a better term.
Yep.
And I apologise for that, but
we understand.
It's clear. In terms of instructions authority, we have that already. I think that's very much clearly built into the resolution that you passed last week as a council.
Right. And second question, so Gordon Chesterman mentioned that in the last couple of weeks there's been slips along that area of the riverbank, and the geotechnical reports date from 2020. Is there a need to do some further geotech investigation in the near future in preparation for further progress?
I think the short answer to that is not really. So just stepping back, the slips that were alluded to have been investigated by the Building Control Unit, which is their job. They evidently are on a couple of properties, two properties to the north of the site. My understanding from the Building Control Manager is that they are very localised and minor in nature.
Right.
But having said that, I mean, the riverbank is prone to slippage, we know that.
Yep.
So the building control authorities will do what they do around talking to and obtaining geotech advice and doing whatever is necessary. Geotech has always been a component of the development of this site. We have always maintained that that would be very much project specific when that was required. So effectively, and as you'll be aware, there are a number of ways of dealing with these geotechnical issues. One is to obviously pile down to the bedrock, which, depending on the depth of the bedrock, may or may not be practical. Another is to excavate and backfill and compact, which is effectively what Sky City did on their casino development. So they dug their problem away, and what we did on the adjoining site at VOTR, we simply removed the geotechnical problem. But, I mean, there's no point in doing a lot of expensive geotechnical work in advance of a specific development proposal.
Yes, correct.
Thank you. Councillor Muku.
Kia ora, Nicholas. Thank you for your report. Hey, just for clarity, you stated that even if a treaty claim was put over the site, that Opoyo Pa would not be subject to that claim? Is that how I've heard it?
Yeah, so our legal advice is really clear, and it is that if the Waitangi Tribunal made a determination and effectively said, look, for whatever reason, and I'm speculating about, for whatever reason, the land should be handed back or given back, or iwi should be compensated in some way, there is no power of compulsion, no legal obligation for the council to do that. That obligation sits with the Crown, and even then the Crown cannot compel the council to either sell it the land or to sell the land to another party or to transfer the land to another party. So, I mean, if you were saying what might play out there, you could argue that, well, the best thing to do from this council's perspective is to simply continue to operate the car park as it is, until such time as the outcome of the treaty claim process is known, and then respond to that outcome in a way that is appropriate at that time.
Yeah, that's actually a good suggestion. My second question is around noting the first rights. My understanding is that Opoyo Pa would be subject to a first rights offer back to its original owners first, but I do believe that there is a higher threshold in this instance because of the location of that Pa site with regards to the river, and the River Settlement Act invokes a first right mechanism that if council were to potentially sell this land to anyone, a first right would be triggered with the iwi. Now, that's my layman's understanding of the law as I've read it within the Raupatu Settlement Act of 2010 with regards to the river.
Question?
Yep. So, well, the question is, how have you come to the position?
Legal advice refer to this particular piece of legislation?
Yes, it did.
Now, hang on. My question is, how have you arrived at a position that the first rights mechanism is not triggered?
Yeah. So the question to our legal team was, what obligations exist in respect of the sale of this land, either through offer back to iwi, first rights, Raupatu, any relevant legislation, including, of course, Public Works Act, which is always a standard bit of DD for us. So they looked at the Raupatu Act, they looked at all relevant pieces of legislation, and they determined that there was no obligation to offer back under any of those pieces of law.
Do you think it would be in our best interest to test that conversation with the iwi?
We could certainly ask Tompkins Wake, I think, to look at their advice again and confirm, but they have done this a number of times and their advice has been consistent, I would have to say. So I suppose if you're asking me as a council officer what sort of confidence I have in their advice on this matter, I would suggest to you that I have full confidence in their advice.
I'm going to interrupt here procedurally, Councillor Muku. You've raised an issue where you're debating a legal understanding of your own, and we've got a legal determination from the legal solicitors. What I am willing to do is adjourn to get our legal counsel on the phone and enable him to respond to Councillor Muku's direct questions on this issue, because I feel that we need that transparency. And so I'm prepared to adjourn the meeting for 10 minutes, reach out to our city solicitor, get them on the phone, and so you can ask the direct question. Although I think it's implicit in the reports, I want to give you the opportunity.
I think there's a better process here, Mr. Chair. And
I'm all ears.
Yeah. You see, I'm not the legal expert in this space. While I do understand that part of our legislation, the tribe, we have a whole team, and I think getting a perspective from them in a conversation with Tompkins Wakes is probably a better avenue to pursue.
Well, with all due respect, Councillor Muku, you're representing the ratepayers of Hamilton, not necessarily your iwi, and we're operating in the best interests of Hamilton City.
Yeah, but I'm not purporting to represent the iwi. What I'm trying to prevent us from is a challenge from the iwi, which in my opinion will cause us greater problems down the line.
Right. But of course, the current resolutions, both the amendment and the resolution, include engagement with the iwi.
Yes, I do understand that, and I'm not trying to refute the fact, and just for your understanding, the matter of developability of that site is not what I'm challenging here. Right. What I'm trying to minimise is our exposure to a challenge should it potentially come down the line.
So, Councillor Muku, that's two separate issues. I think you and I are aligned in terms of the latter. What's relevant here is you've asked a series, you've summarised your understanding of a legal position. Council staff have done their very best to articulate the illegal advice we've received, which is contrary to your advice. I'm prepared to get our legal advisors on the line, so enables you to use your rights as an elected member to ask them directly. And I must confess, I'm a little disappointed we didn't have them in the chamber, because it would have been helpful, right? So, Amy, I'm going to adjourn for 10 minutes. We're going to achieve two things. I'm going to have a quick chat with Anna Casey Cox and the Deputy Mayor about the amendment. And at the same time, Nicholas, would you mind confirming whether or not the City Solicitor is available to join us via Zoom or miraculously appear here? And then I'm going to enable Councillor Muku to ask a series of questions, and we can all hear the relevant and up-to-date legal opinion. So we're adjourning for 10 minutes. We'll come back at 25 to.
Intend to break for lunch, because it is now 1:30.
Yeah, so as I said at the beginning of this item, I intend to go through until the end of this item. So I'm really hopeful. Thanks, Deputy Mayor. I'm really hopeful that we're going to be out for lunch by 2 o'clock. If not, then what we will do is we will break at, so let me give you this certainty. We will break for 45 minutes at 2 o'clock. How does that go? Excellent. bound through the door, and we're going to give Councillor Muko an opportunity to ask his questions for clarity. In the meanwhile, Councillor Anna and the Deputy Mayor have amended their amendment, and that's now up on the board. For those, might need to just recirculate it by email so everybody has it. No, this is the one they've amended. And as far as, Anna, would you like to summarise the intent of your motion?
Yes.
Amendment.
Again, it's not actually changed. The intent is the same, to be able to go to Mana Whenua with a more open conversation about developing the land. Well, so what's happened? We have,
so what's
basically, we've kept the Veros report in there and all the options, but we haven't limited the discussion to those options. It's also others as
Any
well.
other one? Okay, so in theory, okay, so I think that's pretty clear. I'm still waiting for the lawyer to come in, so I'm happy to take some questions of the mover and the seconder of the amendment. So my first question is, so does your amendment potentially may mean that in fact the land is not commercially developed and is turned into a park?
Sorry, say that again.
Yep, sorry if I didn't make it clear. Does your motion, or amendment, potentially open the gambit that the land is not sold and is turned into a park?
It potentially opens up all of the options.
For a park?
It opens up all the options that are in that report and others.
Yep. Okay. And so it's not sold or commercially developed into housing?
I don't believe that's off the table. It's one of the options.
Right, but as one of the options is also just to make it a park?
There are a number of options
Okay.
in that report,
Right.
yeah.
Thank you. That's the question I had.
Mm.
So I've got Councillor Taylor.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, my question was probably to Blair, I imagine. Just the Soning, as it was then, Soning Kapa Apoia Pa, it was one of the components, was it not, of our Infrastructure Acceleration Fund agreement, in order for us to get much needed infrastructure for the city. Soning Kapa was part of that agreement, is that right?
Yes, it was, and I'm happy for Nicholas to respond to these.
Oh, cool.
I can jump in as needed, but yeah.
Okay. And we had a commitment to, as part of the housing outcome sort of contract, to provide a certain number of houses on Soning Car Park. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct. 262.
262. And there was some sort of clause about making our best reasonable endeavours to make that happen. Is that right?
Yes. So the legal term is using reasonable endeavours.
Okay.
To enable that. So effectively, we have to demonstrate that we've done everything we reasonably could to achieve that outcome.
So how would turning it into a park fit in with the reasonable endeavours to create housing there?
It wouldn't.
Right. Okay.
What we would have to do under that scenario is look at offsetting that obligation by developing an equivalent number somewhere else.
Okay.
Effectively.
Okay. We'd have to find houses.
Yeah, and we're sort of doing that in any case as part of our normal business, but also particularly in respect of matters that will come up in the public excluded section.
So would we have to notify them of our change of heart? Or?
Well, we are in regular contact with them. We have regular update meetings with them. We are advising them all the time of state of play and how things are developing.
yes.
So that's a yes, is it?
Yes.
Okay, thanks. Thank you.
Now, Nicholas, do we need a moment for you to brief our very capable barrister, or...
Well, he's probably out of breath apart from anything else, so he might want to let his heart rate moderate. But James, are you over the detail?
Who has a series of questions for you, and so... Ask you a question.
Yeah. I had two questions, if you can remember. So, the first question was around the treaty settlement claim over that particular site, and how we arrived at that position. How did we arrive at the position that we are not, that Hamilton City Council is not at risk if a claim were to be lodged over Opoia Pa?
So the Hamilton City Council is not subject to the jurisdiction of the Waitangi Tribunal because the treaty partners are the Crown and iwi, and the only party that a claim can be made against in the tribunal is the Crown in respect of property owned by the Crown. So there are no other respondents to tribunal claims than the Crown. So Council, and it was one of the policy decisions that was very, very hotly contested at the time that the Act was passed, was to exclude local government from that whole process. So that's the reason why you're not constantly in this chamber, as the Crown is, dealing with tribunal claims, because they simply can't be brought. So that's that reason. It's not. It's simply the policy decision that was made at central government level.
Thank you for that. The second question was around the first rights, the testing of the first rights, and the triggering of a first rights process. Can you tell me why a first right is not triggered in this instance?
Certainly, and I can say that this is this is not the first instance in which this issue has come up for this council. It's been looked at before, and it's something that we've looked at very, very carefully to give consistent advice over time as to the contours of when you do and when you don't. And that's always been the legal position we've put forward, and then it's for council then to decide whether it wants to do something it doesn't have to do. So just to preface it with that, and I just wanted to explain that this advice that we've given, which is consistent with previous advice, has been tested by not just us, but we got David Goddard, QC, who's now a member of the Court of Appeal, now Justice Goddard, to health check it, because we realise it is a very sensitive and important topic. But in short, in relation to Sonning Car Park, there are two pathways that you can have an obligation to give a sort of right of first refusal. One is under the Tainui settlement legislation, and that covers land from the Crown that's derived from Crown ownership, which this land isn't. We've tried to track through the history of the ownership of this land, and we're confident that it just falls outside the land captured by that legislation. If you want more chapter and verse on that, you'll need to give me more time, because it's a while since I've actually gone back and looked at the provisions. The other pathway is for land that was taken under the Public Works Act, which this wasn't. So it's simply a matter of, it's not something where there's, it's a matter of some wide principle where you ask whether land should be given back or not. It's simply that there are certain statutory pathways that trigger that obligation, and this land just doesn't follow one of those statutory pathways. So, you know, in terms of asking that question, is this something where there is a legal obligation? you go through this sort of statutory process and you say, no, this land is technically outside that, as we've gotten to. And I'm pretty confident that's the right answer.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Muka, you also raised an interesting legal understanding that you had regarding a piece of legislation. Would you like to ask that question as well, just to remove any ambiguity in terms of these issues?
I feel that the gentleman has actually answered that question, and by virtue of the question that I asked was around the triggering of the first right, he actually answered it.
Okay. Excellent. Now, I know I've got Councillor Hutt, but Councillor Jeff, did you want to ask the City Solicitor the same question in light of, in terms of legal obligations to the Crown, in light of the signal we've sent in terms of development on Songyang Car Park?
To be honest, I think I've got a pretty good answer.
Okay.
So no, I'm fine.
All right,
Yeah,
excellent.
thank you.
Does anyone else have a question of the Crown the City Solicitor? No? All right. So, excellent. Thank you for running over. I'm so sorry that we've dragged you out, but we needed to get that clarified. Mayor Paula.
Thank you. Just a clarity, so the refined amendment would mean that it could just be open space or stay as a car park, right? That's the difference? It could, potentially. Yeah, any of the
Right to the top.
How does that sit with the historic understanding of what the site would be used, or what we've been signalling to Hamilton developers, iwi, for the last decade? How does that sit with that, the complete open space approach, or leaving it as a car park, asphalt car park?
I think as an asphalt car park, it's got a functional use which isn't the best or highest use, or in fact does anything at all to acknowledge the history of the site. But it is what it is, and it carries on providing a service. In terms of open public space, there is no, well, as I say, the site has been heavily modified.
I think well, I have got a question on that, but I think you've gone away from my question. Sorry, if I could just maybe rephrase it better. I was thinking, for the last period of time that I've been on this council and prior, I'm aware of, you've been talking with this piece of land in a certain way. It's been quite explicit in every document that we've had on it. What was the explicit use of this signalled as in all our conversations to date?
Yes, thank you. Sorry, I misunderstood what you were saying. Look, it's been very, very clear that this is a significant development site intended for a full-scale development in support of CBD and urban regeneration.
Cool. In terms of should it, one other question. I've heard some of my colleagues have said to me, you know, I absolutely 100% agree with them. We want to participate and communicate with iwi. I understand that. Tell me how you've been doing that over the last, because it has happened. It's not that none has happened, right?
We haven't undertaken any formal consultation with iwi.
But this matter's been raised with them through various mechanisms.
Yes, it has. So, but fundamentally our approach has always been that a developer, given an in-principle approval for their development, would undertake the necessary consultation through the normal resource management channels.
No, I get that. But Blair, we've talked about this at our joint management or co-governance meeting on a number of occasions, right? Am I right? I feel like
Yes.
we have.
Yes.
We've also spoken with Thorke about it. They're over this
Yes.
opportunity. We've spoken with Tainui Group Holdings, as I understand, to see what they're developing. So those are three things that we have done on a regular basis throughout this process. Is that correct? Because I don't want to tell lies here.
Well, look, we've asked them about the development of the site, and that was captured in the sonning. I have not had personally any direct negotiations or discussions with representatives of Mana Whenua or with
We have through
iwi.
Growth Blair.
Through those other forums,
Through those other forums.
this has been discussed.
Right. Okay, and keep trying to keep an open mind here, but if either option flies today, the amendment or the motion, the intent is the same, to continue to work in partnership with iwi around what we can get out of the site, right?
Yes, well, the intent under that scenario would be to initially engage directly with them in order to determine the best forum for those discussions to take place on a regular basis. We've got existing forums that we could use, but there may well be an option here to just bring the right parties together in the room. But I think, one of the challenges may well be identifying who those right parties are, and we would need guidance and advice from Mana Whenua on that.
Cool, so we intend to have those conversations.
Absolutely.
And the only difference, therefore, am I right, is that one of them clearly signals that the conversation we're going to have is around what we've historically signalled for the site, which is a mix of appropriate cultural and green space and a mix of commercial development, and the other one potentially puts on the table no redevelopment of that site whatsoever.
Yes, so I think
Potentially.
my reading of the amendment is that it would include all of the options covered off in the VEROS report, which run the gambit from full open space to full development and everything in between.
Last question, because I don't want to capitalise on this, but monopolise, I should say, but capitalise is a good word, because what I want to know is if, and I'm genuine about this, if we go to a scenario when no development is part of the option, what do you think that may or may not do to the development community in terms of setting a value over this site? Will that put people off, or will that reduce the value of that site, or what could happen? And I'm not trying to be leading, I'm genuinely asking.
Look, I think it would act as a deterrent to the development community. The reality is we're in a very competitive market. If we're looking to develop a piece of land, we are seeking a development partner who can bring capital and expertise to the development. And if that party has got a choice of simple over here, complex over there, they're not going to come to the complex solution.
Okay. But we would also proactively be looking for partnership with Mana Whenua that would deliver something amazing, like the ACC building was a partnership with Tainui and the blood bank. All of those did legitimately use. That is the last question. Those kind of things. That's what we would expect to get from the site.
Yes.
I'm done.
Thank you. Councillor Hutt.
Thank you. I just want to really clarify some of the process that we've done, and I promise I've read the reports, but I just want to make sure that I'm really clear about it. So just thinking back to last week, I think it was mentioned that we were aware of the history of the site from at least the 1970s.
Look, I wouldn't necessarily in the 1970s, but what I would say is that there's a lot of records in the council system that detail things such as the lowering of the railway line, which I think was a 1961 project from memory, the construction of the High Bridge, 1880 something or other, the railway line go through. So yeah, we've got a long series of records on this site.
Okay, and the process that council has followed so far, this is the real critical piece I want to clarify, is that we haven't engaged with Mana Whenua yet on specific aspirations for that site. That's the process still to follow, and that the motions detail?
Correct.
Okay, and just curious around is that the usual process we follow when we know there is an interested party in an area of the city?
Sorry, I'm just before I answer that question, I'll just rewind a moment. There has been some engagement with Mana Whenua in terms of preparation of the river plan. I can't remember the title of that, but it was prepared, I think, in the late 90s and encapsulated all of the significant sites, including the Jesmond Park component of the Apoya Pass site.
The river plan being our document?
Yes, but it was done in consultation with what was at the time NAMTOC, I think they were, which was the general iwi group. But your second question, it's one of these cart before horse things, chicken and egg things. Do you go out and consult on what you might do with a site, or do you signal your aspiration and then allow a specific proposal to be the subject of future consultation? And that is the approach that we've taken. You could argue, well, we haven't achieved anything on the site in 10 years, so it hasn't potentially been the right approach. What we're saying now is there is another way of doing this, and we are proposing to tackle it that way.
Okay.
So I think it's all pretty clear. We've got... Oh, I'm sorry. No problem. I'm sorry, I didn't see you. Councillor Sarah, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. And I just wanted to clarify, Nicholas, regardless of whether we go with the amendment or motion, if, say we went with the motion and Mana Whenua were expressed that they were unhappy with, the proposal or whatever, regardless of which one we go with, there's still a perceived risk for developers if there isn't a clear joint kind of aspiration for the site, if you know what I mean. We're not going to reduce that risk by going with the motion.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. And I think that we need to effectively address all of these issues that hang over the site in order to remove risk. And I don't know, do you want to comment at all on the volume of the risk, the assessment of the risk?
Yeah, we quite clearly state in the report that from a developer's perspective, they want this resolved and they need clarity, and so from our perspective, what we recommend in this report is that council needs to take the lead and provide that clarity and certainty. A developer is unlikely to want to be involved until you resolve the matters with Mana Whenua and reach some kind of collective aspirational agreement.
Thank you. Okay.
Thanks.
Would the chairs leave? Just on the strength of that answer, and my apologies to the room, but there is no claim at the moment. And in terms of your report and the question is that in terms of your recommendation that at the earliest there be engagement and an agreed aspiration, should that happen first, might that then negate any or claim or possible claim?
From a typical development perspective, your first step generally is to understand development viability, not just from Mana Whenua perspective and engagement in that perspective, but the full gambit about development viability. Could we even develop the site financially in the current market, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So it's one piece of the puzzle. So in the first instance, in any commercial development, private sector, you figure that out. You get to that first milestone, which essentially this report gets you to the first milestone, and you figure out, right, on the whole, taking everything into account, this is where we see things going. It's not necessarily a firm commitment, it's the first gateway. And then at that point you understand, yep, it's viable, works, meets all our standards, and then we go and engage without necessarily a preconceived idea about what the result is.
Thank you.
But yeah, there has to be the first test. Does it work?
Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Nicholas, one question from me. Is there a risk that in light of the fact that we have 3 or 4 other properties that were all earmarked in a similar way 12 years ago for commercial development, that we are now running the risk that every one of these properties, including land behind Outpost, are going to be subject to devaluation as we engage with mana whenua, even though clearly we're the owner of the land? Thank you. Right, so we've got a motion and we've got an amendment. Both the motion and the amendment requires engagement with mana whenua. The only difference between the two is the motion talks about going to mana whenua with a proposal as an option 5. The amendment talks about engaging with mana whenua, referring to the 6 options in the report that could include a commercial development or a park. So that's the difference. We're going to debate all of them together, and then obviously we'll move the amendment first. If it wins, that becomes a substantial motion. If it loses, then we'll move the motion. Is there any questions as to the process? No? Great. So the motion is the staff's recommendation is moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Donovan. Anna Casey Cox and the Deputy Mayor have moved the amendment. I'll speak first to the motion, and then I'll go to the mover of the amendment, and then just on the speaking order. Fair? Put simply, the staff option, in my view, is the best way forward. I accept that historically, Council may have chosen to engage with the developer, get the developer to run the commercial element, try to land on a proposal, and then we know under the RMA and under good practices that the developer would then go off and engage with mana whenua. We have seen of recent time that that comes with a huge risk, because there is some conjecture at times over who the appropriate hapu is, and we've seen examples of this. What this motion talks about today is we've got an idea of what we would like to do. We would like to turn some of this value land into a commercial viable project, and we would like to put some of that land aside, a green space / memorial or reflection of mana whenua in the past, and we would like to engage with mana whenua. To me, that is sound and logical. This is an amazing commercial opportunity that will have positive ramifications for the city. I am horrified at the thought that we will go from a potential revenue opportunity to, if the amendment goes through, to a cost. We could go from selling the land for $7 million and participating in a joint venture that benefits mana whenua and the people of Hamilton, or we could turn around and forgo all of that was originally decided 12 years ago and simply build a park. And guess what? We'll have to pay for the park. Guess what? We will then have to fund the operational costs. So instead of generating revenue, you're going to cost us revenue and forgo all the commercial uplift. Now, mover of the amendment, Anna.
Thank you. Yeah, I think the page 3 of the Veros report is pretty clear that we should engage with mana whenua in the first instance, and I think that's one of the key phrases really in the first instance, not to go and develop a whole lot of options and then go and talk with them. Now that we have developed all these options, however, it makes sense to bring that report along to that initial engagement and conversation, and also listen to other potential options as well. Partnering with mana whenua, as I understand, doesn't mean coming up with a list and then asking mana whenua what they think. It's the other way around. It's more about discussing together what the possibilities are, and we will often feel fearful about that conversation, and I hear some fear in the Chair's discussion earlier. And I think we need to move beyond fear as a nation, also as a city, and actually realise that there is a lot of possibility and potential in a good relationship with mana whenua. And you might be surprised about how easy this conversation might happen, and those options that we can come to together might develop. We just don't do it that way, and we need to do it that way. We're sort of getting there in this, in what you're proposing, Ewan, but it's not enough. We need to start with an open conversation, and the kind of relationship that has been signalled as being wanted for a really long time from mana whenua. So that's the purpose of the amendment, is to leave it open. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Ewan. Your debate has brought me back to one of my Philosophy 101 classes where we looked at types of arguments, and one of them is a straw man argument. And I think, Chair, respectively, you have put forward a straw man argument here, or straw person argument, because the motion, is it the motion? Councillor Casey Cox, or amendment? Councillor Casey Cox's amendment does not say we're not going to develop the land. It doesn't preclude development in any way. All it's saying is let's just change the order of our process. That is it. And I think that we put ourselves in a better position to have constructive discussions and hopefully ones with positive outcomes if we do it in that order, which is, in my view, beneficial for the commercial outcomes for this development, because either way, whether we go with the motion or amendment, the risk is still there that developers look at this and say, hey, there's no agreement about what to do with the site, and so I'm not going to go there, whether it's the risk of environment court challenge or tribunal challenge or just a public perception issue. So let's not create an argument about whether this is green space or a commercial development, because my understanding is no one's purporting any final outcomes at this stage. Thank you.
Councillor Taylor.
Thanks, Chair. Look, I'm supporting the motion. We're engaging with mana whenua regardless in both motions there. That's explicitly stated. The starting point for negotiation should be that we want some development there. Why? Because we do. We've earmarked a site for development for years. We even have a current agreement with the government on the basis for our IAF funding that we build 262 houses there on Sonning Car Park. We need houses. I hear that much angst about housing on this council. Why on earth would we suddenly turn our nose up at a prime site? The Koromiko project was a good one. 262 affordable apartments based on the Nightingale project in Sydney. Lots of green space, enhanced walking and cycle access. It had it all. That project's gone now, but there's plenty of opportunities to develop the site in a similar, sympathetic way. And keeping those options open is what this motion is about. Going in with our position, which is what we want to do. That's a basic negotiation 101. The partial development of the site today, it's not a wholesale development, it's already a compromise. And I think we throw this away at our peril. Why? Because we need the money. Becoming increasingly clear as our LTP discussions come that we're in the crap, right? This council's debt revenue level, we are near the top of it. We will soon be in a position where we can't borrow any more money. Birmingham City Council, here we come. They've gone broke recently. There are good reasons why we want to do this. There are good reasons why it's in our strategies, it's in our plans to do this. Don't just throw it away. Thank you.
Councillor Muku.
Kia ora tātou. I think Councillor Casey Cox and Sarah said it well. The amendment doesn't extinguish the opportunity to continue with commercial development options there. I think, you know, we're probably in a phase of our existence as a council around what we might need to do a little bit differently. My whole position in discussion today was trying to minimise any potential risk of litigation against our council, and I think that by supporting. I'm going to be supporting the amendment because I think we will be able to iron out at the first starting point any issues that there may be between mana whenua and the developer directly. And so I actually believe we will still be able to, and I do believe mana whenua do have an appetite to develop that site in a commercial sense. Mana whenua, iwi are not objectors to contributing to our city's economic position. And so while I think we've probably made, a bit of a hill out of a mound in this discussion today, I'm actually optimistic that through an opportunity to continue to achieve the goal that was set out to initially to be achieved, I think we're going to be able to give effect to Te Tiriti o Waitangi, he Paumanawa Ora, in a more meaningful way. So I'm actually quite optimistic and excited, actually, whānau, so kia ora tātou.
Right. Deputy Mayor O'Leary.
Utua te kina kei te pai, te wiki o te reo Māori. The proposed amendment before us today centres on a fundamental principle that hasn't changed, and that's engagement. It hasn't changed since I've been here for 16 years. We want to engage with mana whenua before we make a decision, and that's all the amendment's doing. The amendment is an open mind. It's not going with a fixed, closed decision already. And as Councillor Tawariki has just said, the feedback we get from mana whenua might surprise us all. The intent is simple and it is profound. It is ensuring that this council engages with an open mind, showing respect for mana whenua of this land and their unique perspective. That's actually what the report is recommending to us. And look, I've heard a lot of wind and hot air today about this particular issue, but to dismiss one of the issues solely because of personal preference is anti-democratic. The amendment isn't picking an option right now with little information. The amendment is going with an open mind. And is that not what we're about? Do we not embrace diverse viewpoints anymore around this table? Again, I say, don't assume that the feedback that mana whenua will give us will be, oh, it's going to be a park. The amendment doesn't rule that out. And don't be mistaken, people. For those of you who are immovable or saying that you're immovable already, I will remind you, the next time you want to move something or change your mind or pivot, I guess, I will.
Councillor Max.
Thank you. Reflect on last week's debate and discussion regarding the naming of Opoiapa and the representation that was made to our meeting at that time. Sadly, we haven't seen their presence today, but they're still very fresh in my mind about the real desire to work with council to find a purpose for that land. Some of their aspiration was talked about, but not all of it. We talked about a variety of different things as to what might be possible for that land. And I completely support that action in engaging Veros to bring that report to us, to be able to talk about the possibilities for the use of that land. But that was for us as a council, to have that in our thinking and in our mind. And I think what it cannot do is to box us into a preconceived notion about what its best use is, or a predetermined approach. And I think that would be the wrong thing for us to do. We need to build trust with our mana whenua partners, and I believe that going in the first instance with an open mind, with an opportunity to be able to talk about what their aspirations are, really gives weight to that true partnership that we want to achieve there. There was talk about a claim being made against us on the land, and I believe that's not even necessary if we take that approach of engaging in the very first instance to discuss everyone's aspirations and come together with a clear and joined up approach. So kia ora, I'll be supporting the amendment.
Of not interrupting your speech, but I remind you that there has not been any claim in this chamber that council would be subject of a claim. We clearly know council can't be subject of a claim. Any claim is the Crown. Okay. Councillor Hutt.
Thank you. I mean, there's been so many great points already, and I promise I won't reiterate them too much, but I mean, it really does come down to consultation, and, you know, we talk about how important that is and how much we as a council have a shared aspiration for having good partnerships and having good relationships, and yet this does seem a little bit backwards in terms of us coming to a group and saying, well, we'd really like this, you know. What do you think about that, rather than starting from, you know, looking at everything and taking a view of shared aspirations. And I reflect a lot on how the Crown or the government, who generally has a lot of power over us, often comes to us and says, hey guys, can you do this? And how much we don't like it sometimes, and how much we fight back and say, no, that's no, wait. And I just draw some parallels, I guess, between those two scenarios, and would reiterate again what we talked about last week, which was simply there was no debate that this used to be a PAR site and that this is a site of massive significance to Ngāti Wairere. And if this was a site that, you know, people felt very ambivalent about and didn't have strong opinions about, maybe we would do a different process, but we know that. We know this was land confiscated by the Crown after violence. And that's the history that we need to work with. And I just think we do our own aspirations a disservice when we don't put that desire for collaboration at the forefront of our processes. So.
Sorry, Mayor Paula.
Thank you. I'm not going to get emotive about this. I'm just going to hopefully stick to my rationale. I agree 100% we have to continue to work genuinely with iwi through THORC, through our co-governance meetings with Tainui, through Tainui Group Holdings, and including input in the right way from Wiramu, who led to the name change of this site. My hope is a genuine one, that we can achieve a funding partnership development opportunity that allows for proper inclusion of cultural values and a good outcome for the ratepayers who currently own the land. I'm looking for a win-win scenario that might allow parkland or reserve aspects alongside a suitable economic opportunity, so I am thinking of the ratepayer in that respect. I think it's important to remain clear that the land is up for commercial and residential property, because that creates clear market signals. Commercial partnerships have worked and done a fantastic job with ACC, Blood Bank, our partnership with Waikato Tainui at the port. We know we can get good results, and I'm really confident from the conversations I've had with iwi in latter times that that can be the case. Not very long ago, this very council was the one that supported a conceptual development for that site, which included housing, some commercial aspects. Local residents didn't like that very much because of the nature of the affordable housing element. But we, this very council, and yes, we can change our mind, Deputy Mayor, we definitely can. I do myself on a regular basis. But we did support a mixed development, knowing that it had good economic return at a time when we're financially constrained. My concern about the amendment is it shows a park, it shows an asphalt car park. Well, an asphalt car park has nominal economic value, and a park would need to be funded to even be developed. So I think we just stick with a parameter and we work really hard within a parameter that's clear. That's me.
Motion, ditto Mayor Paula's comments. Thanks.
Thank you. Like Mayor Paula, I'm trying not to, make this an emotive stance, and I'm trying to just look at the facts as it stands. Council owns this piece of land. Legally, we're the legal owners. And it's actually not a bad thing to go out to the public going, hey, this is what we think should happen to the piece of land that we own. What do you guys think about it? Do you agree? Do you not agree? If you don't agree, let's find something that works for everyone. But there's no, it's not bad to actually have a position, in my view. Again, it's the signal we send to developers, and that's saying, yes, we do think this is fit for development, and that's really important if we want to see this land developed. The other thing is our fiscal responsibility to ratepayers. We're in a pretty deep hole as it is, and I think it's important that we do send a message saying that we're taking, the millions of dollars that this land is worth seriously. And then I've heard lots of speakers emphasize engagement with Mana Whenua. Totally support that, because this is a piece of land of cultural significance. But if we're going to emphasize engagement, then why aren't we engaging with everyone, including the people who own this land, meaning go out for full public engagement, if that's what we want? So I'm going to support the chair today. Thank you.
Right. I think that's all the speakers. My reply, I sort of reject my good friend Sarah's characterisation of the straw man. I think on reflection she'll think that's a little unfair, because the reality is one of the options is clearly turning it into a park, and it is clearly of the amendment, and it's clearly a move away from what this council has been talking about for the last 12 years. Let's celebrate for a moment TGH and the amazing development they did on the corner with ACC. But let's think about that just for a second. It was TGH land, right? They didn't come to us as Hamilton City Council and say, hey, we have a thought, would you like to help us out? No, because they are the commercial driver, they own the land. Hamilton City Council, we helped it by the fact we created a district plan and a regulatory framework that forces businesses and office complexes into the CBD. That's our participation. And then Tainui did a deal with ACC, and we celebrate that. What the amendment says today is land that this council owns, we've now got to go to Hapu and elevate their position as though they are landowners, that they own half the land, and engage with them. Now that, in this country, we have the RMA that requires the developer at the development phase to engage with Mana Whenua. That's the treaty obligations, that's where it's enshrined. It's not enshrined in local government in that context. Respectfully, elected members here today are elevating Mana Whenua well above the legislative framework and having the audacity to say, oh, but it's best practice. My final point is, I'm astonished that I've heard from a senior member of this council that going forward we must engage with Mana Whenua before any decisions are made. I will look forward in seeing how that is allocated in practice, because what that now means is every commercial initiative involving land, even when we own it, obligates us to bring Mana Whenua into the room at the same status and landowner. Unbelievable.
Sorry, point of order, Chair. I waited till you had finished. You said a senior member. Who said that?
Dismiss the point of order. I didn't refer to any individual.
No. So that's a bit...
No.
That's a bit...
You've raised the point of order.
Didn't you say...
so you're just dismissing it without... All right.
No. I'm simply saying you've raised the point of order.
But you just dismissed it.
But it's not a point of order.
It just casts aspersions on anyone that thinks that they're senior. I'm trying to think, well, did I say that? Because I'm not sure that I said that.
Well, I'll let you reflect on that, but that's the whole point of the debate, that we don't name individuals, and if you want a point of order, it has to be
Well, right
a point of order.
Yeah, well, it was, but right of reply, yep. That's what a right of reply is, to reply directly to the members' comments, so.
Right.
You
And
can
we're not,
say.
Deputy Mayor, we're not disagreeing about that. You've raised a point of order.
All right, so you've dismissed it, all good.
Well, I'm just not sure it's not a point of order. If you want to point to me in the manual where that is a point of order, I'm happy to look at it.
Rather
but-
go to lunch, actually.
Okay, all right. So let's put the amendment. We will go to the board. Yep. And so the amendment first. Sure. You spoke so passionately about it, I thought you would know what.
Really just want to make sure I'm voting for the right thing.
The amendment is Councillor Ennis.
Yeah.
We will reset.
Yep.
Yes.
Yep. So we'll
We're
have
just
another go.
resetting.
We'll have another go and reset.
We just have to work through the technology.
Okay. No, it's not. It won't be. No.
The amendment is carried. 7-4, sorry, 8-4, 6 against, noting that Councillor Maylena has voted for the amendment. So now we will
We'll move
to
and vote again for the substantial
substantive,
motion.
which is the amendment.
Correct. So the amendment becomes the substantial motion, so we now vote again. Yep. It's just to remove any potential for
The amendment as the substantive motion is carried. 10-4, 4 against, noting again Councillor Maylena has voted for.
All right. Excellent. We'll break for lunch. We'll be back in 45 minutes. So at 20 past, 20 past. we're on item 10.
Who are you counting? I don't have her yet. Is she?
Yep. So we have quorum. Right, Nicholas, we're in your hands. Item 10.
Chairman. So some time ago, you'll remember we were charged with investigating the feasibility of a commercial community development of the Celebrating Age Centre. The task really initially was to determine whether or not that was feasible, and to quickly determine whether that was feasible, and if so, what did the commercial component of that development look like. So what it transpires is that the commercial development looks like apartments, mid to high end, and sort of, I suppose, comparable, if you like, to a Hills Village kind of development. That was the best commercial use of the land. But whether or not it could work as a part of a commercial community development was the question, and the answer to that, unfortunately, is no. The consultant's report is attached, but ultimately I also asked the question, well, how much would the numbers have to move to make it viable? And the answer to that was they couldn't move far enough. So it's not a wee way out, it's a long way out. So the recommendation basically is that we cease any further investigation on that proposition, and that we refer the matter back to the Community and Natural Environment Committee, noting, and there's a slight change from the staff recommendation in this report that I'm looking at, noting that any decisions made should not preclude MEF from reactivating an investigation for commercial development at some stage in the future. And that future, realistically, is probably not within a 5-year window, but maybe within a 5 to 10-year window. Happy to take any questions, and I'd just also like to point out that Maria is here as well, who can talk about the other side of this equation if you have questions of her.
Thank you, Nicholas. Now, has that been circulated to everybody?
Yes, it was.
Great, okay. So could we throw it up just to make sure everybody's aware of it? Colleagues, can I open it up for questions? Oh. Councillor Jeff.
Thank you, Chair Ewan. Nicholas, I'm pretty sure I read it right last night. The consultant also said not only would a commercial / community combination not be viable, but just a commercial would not be viable. Is that correct?
Absolutely right.
Right. Was it a surprise to you?
Not really. I mean, at the end of the day, this is a very challenging market, and I think if you look at the detail of the report, it's not that it couldn't work; it's that it couldn't particularly work now. So effectively, it's the timing as much as anything. But what might well work in 5 to 10 years' time is a commercial residential development on that site.
Thank you.
But the market would need to.
And I think, Councillor Jeff, that's probably what the red text is just alluding to there, which is the addition that staff are proposing, just that recognises that the land remains endowment land, and that in the future there may be an opportunity to revisit.
Thank you, Blair. And just allied to that, there is mention in here of a possible plan change to make things easier for commercial development in the future. And I had toyed with, in fact, putting up that as something that we go down that path, thinking about the future. How long would that take, and how much would it cost? I'm not sure if I saw that in the report.
No, we haven't costed that.
Okay.
But look, there's some detail around the plan change options. One is a private plan change, and the other is to go through a resource consent. So I think, speaking to the planners, they're suggesting that it might be a 12-month process to implement that plan change. In terms of cost, I would have to come back to you on that one. What I would say there is that the old river plan envisaged quite substantial development in that area, and acknowledged the fact that the buildings that were shown would not comply with the planning regime at the time. So there was possibly a further piece of work which was to implement a plan change as part of that, but obviously it's never happened. There hasn't been a trigger or catalyst for that.
Okay. Thank you, that's really useful.
Chair. Nicholas, I'm just interested, so you said it could be 5 to 10 years. I think that's what you were referring to for it to come back online as being viable for a commercial developer. Why then, based on everything that we went through with founders and municipal pool and all of that, we drag our tails with making decisions on old buildings? Why would you suggest mothballing if that, because that to me says it could be mothballed for 5 to 10 years. Why?
Yeah, well, look, that's a valid question. I suppose, to put it bluntly, there's a range of options. I think you would, and this is work that Maria and her team will now pick up, the best use may well be, in terms of the financial sort of stopgap, may well be to spend some money and just bring it up to par and run it
So
for
we
another
can
5
use
years.
it, yeah.
It may be to actually just close it and wait, or it may be to demolish it. But having said that, one of the things that did come clearly through the work that I've been doing on this is that there is no value in retaining the building if we're going down a commercial development site. So it's not something that we can add structure on top of. It's not something that is set up in such a way that it would add value to a development. So there's no residual value to take.
In situ now, yeah.
Yes, correct.
Yeah. And
I wonder, Deputy Mayor, we do have Maria Barry in the room,
Yeah.
because obviously this matter is going to be passed back to
Yeah.
her team to look at.
Yeah.
She may be able to give you I was going to say a straw person, but an
Yeah.
indication of where their thinking may be. But
Yeah.
I think the overall guidance I think Nicholas is providing to Maria's team is just remember that whatever is considered, this remains endowment land, which ultimately potentially has a development.
I understand all of, thanks Blair, understand all of that. So just my second question then, Maria, since it's coming through your team, what extra information will we have and will we know about that we don't know now in terms of a decision? Like, could we make a decision now to mothball or we just don't have any of the costs yet of all of those options?
So I think the latter, Deputy Mayor,
Yeah.
so you did get some indication of costs to put a new roof
Yeah.
on, to reconfigure.
Yeah.
Those costs would have marched on.
Yeah, so-
Since the last time we spoke about it. And then you've now got the consideration of potentially a commercial option, and to Nicholas's point, that do you want to spend any money on the building if in 5 to 10 years you are going to?
And so the report will have more detail, up-to-date detail costs on upgrading and reopening in the meantime, and costs on demolition. Yeah, okay, cool, thank you.
Thank you. As much as this item is altogether disappointing, because we were hoping to use commercial to build the other asset, but the community asset part, understanding what you're saying is that maybe it's not worthwhile putting the roof and fixing it up on. Just your alternative would be spending what amount of money to demolish it?
So at this point, Mayor Paula, any of the options would need to be considered through the long-term plan. So
Because there's no funding to do it up, to demolish it? There's no renewal money for it?
Nope. So we've.
Why is there no renewal money for it? Why was there never renewal maintenance money for it?
So there was some renewal money for it, and that money has been spent on some investigations. It's been spent on wrapping the building and keeping it watertight while we wait for a decision. And again, you know, a report back to council on the matter will give you all the full detail of what is, what isn't, and what the options are. So.
And Maria, what's the cost of keeping Celebrating Age Centre in the commercial building they're currently temporarily and inadequately located in?
Yeah, so
there was a little bit of load in the word inadequately. Sorry,
I will have to look that up. But it has been previously provided to council, and again, the report would come back with what that looks like, and if in fact we could or could not continue that commercial lease.
And how might this site play a part in, because if there was no commercial gain, then we still haven't got community space. We've still got that bigger picture of a woeful inadequacy across our community space. So how might this or might this not fit into the picture of solving some of that?
So these are all things that council will need to consider, Mayor Paula. And I'm not sure that there's going to be an easy answer.
So is there any budget currently in the long-term plan for creating alternative community space, regardless of whether it's there or over in Ward Street or?
So in the in the current long-term plan, there is no funding for improvement beyond the projects that have been approved, e.g. Puketi Neighbourhood House.
So there's no
we
money
had
in the budget to provide the community space that we need? That's a question.
Madam Mayor,
Yeah?
please. We need to stay in our lane. Respectfully, the subject matter today here is, the motion is to return this to community, and anything that then stems from that is an LTP discussion. I'm not going to commence an LTP discussion.
No, I hear you. I'm talking to the potential commercial and outcome value of the site. That was all. That's where I saw my questions from coming. But I'm happy to stop after that.
Okay, so I'm happy for you to explore that. Sorry, maybe I misunderstood your question. Are you asking?
I'm kind of driving at the fact that if we can't do the commercial development at the moment, how do we get value out of that current site?
Good question.
And where does the money sit?
Right.
Is that all right?
Money, no, but good question regarding how do we get value out of that site? And maybe she also went to say, and would it help if the plan status changed?
I wasn't going to ask that, but okay, good question.
Well, I think yes, it would help. I mean, ultimately, you would get value by subdividing off the footprint of a new build, developing it in some way, and making it available on the commercial market.
Thank you.
Sorry, so selling the land and making it fully available?
Yes, I mean, there is potentially an option to establish a long-term lease under the footprint of the building. That would have some commercial downside, effectively, associated with it. It's not something that's particularly attractive to the market.
But selling it could be attractive.
Selling it is definitely the way to go if you want to liberate maximum value.
All right, thank you. Thank you.
Councillor Andrew.
Thank you, Chair Ewan. If we're mothballing it, can we at least get some sort of rental from car parking under the building?
Again, I'm sorry. Yeah. This is going back to community, and that entire discussion will happen under community and the LTP. Really, the questions are today on the report that's produced and the reason we're handing it back, not on anything else that could happen once it's handed back. Because otherwise we'll be here all night. Councillor Cash.
Just one question. When it does come back to community, which we are happily accepting, just to Mayor Paula's question around revenue streams for the building itself, if, for example, we wanted to put in a cafe at the site to help with revenue generation, does it have to come back to MEF, or will that be in that community discussion or long-term plan? Or?
I think that would be within the operational jurisdiction of the committee looking at that building, so it would be a community matter at that stage.
Cool. Thank you.
So the motion that I'm happy to move and seconded by Councillor Mark is the staff's recommendation on page 241. I'm not aware of... with the addition, which should have been circulated. Go ahead, Deputy Mayor.
Would consider removing mothballing as an investigation option.
I personally don't disagree with removing it, but I'm just question to staff. Does this committee have the ability to constrain another committee of council, and it's just a technical question. They gave it to us to consider. We've considered an exact point. We're sending it back. Can we send it back and say, oh, but we don't want you to look at mothballing it?
What does mothball meaning vis-a-vis
Founders
upgrading
Theatre.
or demolishing? Does that not cover mothballing? Isn't mothballing?
Founders Theatre.
Is mothballing just leaving it to rot in place?
It's Founders Theatre for 8 years.
Oh, just leaving it there, like.
Blair?
Is that what you meant by mothballing?
Yep. See? Just
No,
ask
I
Ange.
think we should take mothballing out, personally.
Your view?
It is.
Just, okay. So there appears to be no objection from staff. So I just wanted to follow some process. So good idea. In fact, the word's gone. It was never there. Stop. You're,
In the scope of the community committee wanted to bring it in.
correct.
And consider
Because
it.
now we've removed the word, in theory, community in its wisdom can pursue anything it would like to pursue. Yep. And you'll get to have another bite at the cherry if they do. Okay. So how about if it's moved by Councillor Donovan, seconded by the Mayor? Okay, so Councillor Donovan, I'll let you speak to it.
Well, I think enough has already been said. I mean, we've done the investigation. We have to trust the staff with the work that they've done to date, and they've come back and we've simply, to use your phrase, and I still love it, is put a bow on it and send it back. We tried.
Oh, I've got more to say than that, sorry. This is very disappointing, and I think we've got to acknowledge this. We were always hopeful that, you know, when you align commercial opportunity alongside community opportunity, potentially you get a win-win. So I'm, through you, Mr. Chair, I am still, through you, Mr. Chair, through you, General Manager, Mr. Chair, I am still interested in understanding whether the way of partnering commercial development with community space has got any viability. So I still really want to look at that, because when I heard the news, my heart just sank, because we've got a displaced group, we've got a woeful inadequacy, just to use those words again, woeful inadequacy of community space. We've got a constraint in that there's no funding in the LTP. We've neglected renewals and maintenance, which is something we vowed and declared we would never do again, but we have. And so all of that leaves a little bad taste in my mouth, and we've got to find a solution for our community. And if we can find a solution that's both economic and social, I think that's the win-win we still strive for.
Support Mayor Southgate's comments there, and thank you, Chair, for removing, or whoever moved the motion, for removing mothballing, because we can't go through another 8 years of a Founders Theatre sitting there collecting dust, when that's a beautiful gateway to our awa right there, and the rotunda is there. We've removed the municipal pool. I'm kind of indicating where I would possibly go. The green space gateway to that area is phenomenal there. But I have also sat in this chamber year after year and pleaded with us to investigate doing a partnership for developing where we sell the air rights. I know it's not as simple as I'm saying, to a developer in exchange for them building a community hub in the bottom. So I get that we would need to plan change that. I get that the economic environment would need to change for that. I understand that, but there are other options for the space if that's not going to come to fruition. I cannot support mothballing anything. We need to make a decision. Thank you. Sorry, Maria.
Feel similar to both Mayor Paula and Deputy Mayor Angela. First of all, I'm disappointed that the commercial analysis came up that they couldn't make it work, and I was astonished that even on its own, without the community component, they felt that they couldn't make it work. And I am disbelieving of their argument that it will take 10 years for the market to improve. However, that's the advice that we've got. I don't like it, but that's the advice. And from, I think clearly from the MEF's point of view, we're saying, look, we acknowledge without any reluctance that there is a shortfall in desperately needed community space. We need an immediate solution, and I think the community committee, as it goes through its next phase, will ultimately end up potentially bringing something for the LTP that says we've kind of come up with a temporary solution to what is a current problem. And that should mean not mothballing it, but making it at least currently fit for purpose. Here's the caveat, and the reason we added that extra little element at the end. In 10 years' time, I think what the MEF is saying, we would want to have a look at that piece of land again to see if we could make a commercial go of something. That in your decision to do the roof, don't gold plate it. It has a lifespan. And here's where some of you will disagree with me. But we'd also be saying in 10 years' time, the community activity should move to another location to enable unfettered development in whatever shape or form. Dare I say it, whether it's a green space open access, which I wouldn't support, but at least I would agree to looking at it. But more, I'm inclined to do a proper full-fledged development because it's just ripe for that. So that's my position. Councillor Cash.
Add, but express the same disappointment in the result of the report. When I read it, I thought, damn it. You know, we had such high hopes for that partnership between commercial and community, but you know, we are living in a very difficult time, and you know, confidence in development is not what it used to be. So I'm comfortable with where the motion is, and in 10 years' time, if we can revisit a partnership between commercial and community again, and if it is viable in 10 years' time, then that would be great. I also want to acknowledge Jenny McGee, who spoke in public forum this morning, and just to acknowledge what she shared in regards to the history of their group and how they landed at the Celebrating Age Centre. And so, yeah, it is important with whatever happens to that site that we do keep them in the loop and continue to strengthen the relationship that we have with them. Personally, I would love to see a seniors precinct in that area. You know, we've got the green space, we've got the access to the river, the rotunda. I'd love to have a cafe, you know, like others have said, that overlooks the river. You know, something that generates revenue to help with the renewals and maintenance of that site as well. Yeah, so all for bringing it back to community for that fuller discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Ewan. Look, agree with most of what's been said. I think I just want to emphasise that when we come back for the discussion, the community meeting, I would be keen for us to come to some sort of decision as soon as possible about whether or not we institute a plan change so that in future we open up possibilities for the site. I'd hate for us to sit on it for years and then decide we want to do something with it and we haven't done a plan change because it will just make life simpler later on. So I just, and for me, it may well be that fixing the roof and keeping it going for 10 years is the best way to go. But the location doesn't change. It's prime location and will always be prime location. And with my old river plan hat on, I think we should just always remember that it's in a great place, this, and at some stage there will be, I think, an opportunity to develop it into something special which would complement that whole beautiful flow we've got, well, we hope to get along the riverfront. So I guess the only plug I'm putting in is don't push off the plan change for too long, because it's an important part of the process. Thank you.
Excellent. All right, that's all the speakers. I've moved and Councillor Mark is second. Oh, that's right. I'm so sorry. Councillor Mark, you moved. Mayor Paula, you second. Would you like a right of reply?
I'd like to exercise my right of reply if I can.
Please do.
Yeah. Apologies if I came across a little bit cold and callous with my comments about wrapping it and giving it back, but no, exactly. Yeah, part Australian, so I've got got that killer instinct. So yeah, I apologise for those comments. We've got to get better at what we've with the things that we've got, and this is a classic case where we've let something go. We haven't done the we haven't done right by it. But a lot of my colleagues have mentioned what it could look like in the future. But we just sat here and previously debated about was it the one before that, the south end of Victoria Street. That's got a really nice, and I think over time that's going to become a precinct of some significance. I'm just not quite sure if certain things should be there. So I won't go down into that part of it because I know that's for community to debate. But I'll finish. Oh, I was going to say something about mothballs, but I'll talk to Moko about that later.
Okay. Excellent. So we'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against?
The motion is carried unanimously.
Wonderful. We're bowling along to item 11, property update. Nicholas?
Can I just say that I had a joke about mothballs that I showed immense restraint?
Well, now you've raised it, you have to share it. Is it quick?
Well, I was just really concerned, considering I've been knitting in the tea room, that your mothballing could be on a different scale to my mothballing at home. It's a real problem.
I'm sure it is. I'm going to leave that alone. Item 11. Nicholas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There's nothing to add to this. This is a standing report. I'm happy to take the report as read and answer any questions you might have.
Thank you. Again, a very good report with a lot of detail. I'm hoping everybody's read it. Questions, colleagues? No questions? No questions? Right. I'll move the recommendation, which is to simply receive it. Seconded by Councillor Mark. All those in favour say aye. Those against?
Motion is carried unanimously.
Oh my gosh, this is incredible. Item 12. Nicholas.
Again, very brief introductory remarks. This is a triennial review of a policy in accordance with all of our triennial reviews of policy. The Municipal Endowment Fund policy was set up 3 years ago. There was a lot of work done at the time to get the policy settings correct. A lot of hard work went in. The report is, the policy is supported by two significant pieces of documentation, both an action plan and a management plan for implementation of the MES and rolling out of this policy. In my view, the policy is entirely fit for current purpose, and I'm not recommending any changes be made.
Excellent, thank you. Councillor Mark, are you happy to move this one? Okay, and I'll second it. It's now on the table. Any questions of Nicholas? Oh, Councillor Max.
Thank you, Nicholas. Principles number 8 talks about generating medium and long-term net revenue along with market norms at the lowest risk to council. I just wondered, in terms of lowest risk, if we're investing in managed funds, how do we exercise that risk?
Yes, look, I'm going to defer to Tracy on this one. She knew this was coming, I suspect. And she can speak about the risk profile around those investments.
Thank you, yeah.
You're right. We do have a very low risk. When you know, obviously, when you're going into those managed funds, there's various ones that you can pick. We pretty much have picked the lowest risk-based portfolio. So we're not necessarily in it long term for a long time. That was the other thing we had to take into consideration. But we also don't want to be falling behind either. So it's kind of a bit of a mixture of both. But.
Right, and so then we weigh up the risk with the market norm. I just thought it seemed awkward together.
Yeah, so remembering this is not necessarily, so we've obviously got a mix of things that we've got going on. So we've got things like term deposits, we've got funds, Milford funds and things like that. So I guess we're looking at the portfolio, so trying to cover all of those different options that we're doing. But again, just, it is for short term, not exactly long term.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Just a quick one, it might not be related, but the Domain Endowment Fund, would it fall like to develop that policy? Is there one that exists, or is this the umbrella, or?
No, it's a separate entity. So there is a separate policy that covers domain endowment. It's not as comprehensive as this by any means, but it's a much smaller fund. But I believe that's scheduled to come back to the council for review very soon.
Yeah, perfect. Thank you.
No other questions, colleagues? I'll put the motion to receive the report and to approve to council the MEF fund policy with no changes. All those in favour say aye. I'll take that as a vote for yes, Stevie. Those against say no.
The motion is carried unanimously.
Right, I will now move that we go into public excluded, seconded by Councillor Mark. Hold on. Yeah, no, that's it. All those in favour say aye. Those against? The ayes have it. I'll give a few minutes to switch off and disappoint the thousands that are watching online.